Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Bearcats Baseball. I'm Andy Nagel, Director of Baseball Operations for the University of Cincinnati. And it's been said, another day, another opportunity. Head coach Scott Guggen's Cincinnati Bearcats are looking forward to that other opportunity today after their lopsided loss in the season opener yesterday to the Georgia State Panthers, 12-2. It was a pitcher's duel pretty much yesterday between Ryan Watson of the Panthers and Garrett Harker of the Bearcats. The game was tied 1-1 through 6, but the Panthers offense exploded, scoring 6 runs in the 7th and 5 more in the 8th to put that game away. The Panthers dominated the complete stat line yesterday with an offense that collected 14 hits, which included 2 doubles and 3 home runs, while the Georgia State pitching only gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, and struck out 17 Bearcats batters. Senior Ryan Watson led the way for the Panther pitching, picking up the win, going 5 innings, giving up 2 hits, 1 run, walked 1, and struck out 7, while 4 Georgia State hitters collected 3 hits or more. So who will be the stars in today's game? We're playing 2. As the late, great Chicago Cub, Mr. Cub, Ernie Banks used to say, it's a beautiful day for a ball game. Let's play 2. Doubleheader action coming your way. First pitch coming up in about 10 minutes. Let's roll through these lineups. First for your visiting Bearcats. From the pen of head coach Scott Guggens, leading off, number 2, Carrington Cross, plays left field. Batting second, the designated hitter, number 44, Tommy O'Connor. Batting third, number 0, the catcher, Alec Jones. Ryan Nicholson will back clean up and play first base. Cole Harding moves back from right field to his home in center field. He'll bat fifth. Cam Guidry bats sixth, and he'll play shortstop. Number 30, C.J. Dean gets the start in right field today for the Bearcats. Batting eighth, Kyle Shupman, the third baseman. And batting ninth, number 8, Loudon Brooks. And he'll play second base. Once again for the Bearcats, it's Cross, O'Connor, Jones, Nicholson, Harding, Guidry, Dean, Shupman, and Brooks. And pitching for the Bearcats, left-handed freshman, number 26, Chase Horst. Now for your home Panthers. They'll lead off with number 1, the center fielder, Cameron Jones, batting second. Number 3, the first baseman, Luke Boynton. Hitting third is shortstop, number 21, Matt Ruiz. Batting cleanup, the left fielder, number 23, Max Ryerson. Michael McGinnis gets the start at third base. He'll bat fifth. Batting sixth, number 12, Cameron Douglas will be the designated hitter. Batting seventh, number 15, the catcher, Blaine Marchman. Batting eighth, number 5, the second baseman, Jesse Donahoe. And batting ninth, number 9, the right fielder, Dalton Pearson. Once again, for the Panthers, it's Jones, Boynton, Ruiz, Ryerson, McGinnis, Douglas, Marchman, Donahoe, Pearson. And doing the pitching for the Georgia State Panthers, right-handed pitching junior Cameron Landry. Apologize about that. Cameron Landry will go for the Panthers today in game 1. Like I said, it's a doubleheader today. The first game is a scheduled 7-inning game. If, by chance, this first game goes to extra innings, the nightcap will become the 7-inning game. Confused, I know. But just know we're playing 7 innings here, game 1, barring any extra innings. It is an absolutely picture-perfect day here in Atlanta. There's not a cloud in the sky. Blue skies above. Temperature is 50 degrees right now, heading up to about 57 to 60 today. And 0 winds. Very light, if anything at all. A dark contrast to what we played in yesterday when the winds were howling out at about 20 to 25 miles per hour Old Glory is blowing in just a tick out in left center. Home plate meeting has adjourned between head coach Scott Googins and head coach Brad Stromdahl, and the umpires today at home plate, John Register, the third base umpire, Darian Paget, and umpiring at first, John Walrath. So we recapped yesterday's defeat of the Bearcats. One of the themes that Coach Googins has spoken about since day one, meeting one in August, is the word reset. We'll hear that a lot this year from Coach Googins and the broadcast team, myself and my play-by-play partner on ESPN Plus, Anthony Mazzini. And the Bearcats anxiously trying to get into this season after a disappointing 24-31 record last year. And reset being the theme, and that was the theme today when Coach Googins talked to the troops this morning and after last night's game was, hey, yesterday was just one game out of 55 scheduled for the Bearcats, and it's time to reset. Throw that game away, learn from it, learn what you can, and let's go get them today. Great University of Cincinnati Bearcat crowd came down, made the trip to Atlanta yesterday, and they're out in full force today. Without the blankets, Georgia State lineup being announced to the fans. We'll pause for the national anthem here momentarily, and then it's Bearcats baseball all day with yours truly. Doubleheader starting here in about 5 minutes. Bearcats will conclude this 4-game series tomorrow. 12 o'clock start time here in Atlanta. We will have that as an audio cast as well. Hopefully you can join us at some point today and tomorrow. Bearcats, out of their 55 games, most of them, with the exception of 9, will be televised in some way, shape, or form via ESPN, ESPN Plus, SEC Network, Big Ten Network. Kind of depends on where the Bearcats are playing. But we have 9 games that will do this home Bearcats baseball audio cast. You can follow along with the StatCast on this YouTube channel. At these 4 games at Georgia State on audio, you'll have 3 games when the Bearcats make their spring break trip to South Carolina. You got 2 with Princeton and 1 with USC Upstate. And then you'll have another 2 when the Bearcats travel down to Memphis. So there's your 9 games. They have a 10th game against Wright State up in Miami as the first game of the Joe Nuxall Classic. Could be 10 games. Still working on that, but I thank you for joining me with these broadcasts on the audio stream. And I will pause for the playing of the national anthem. And as tradition says, play ball. Once again, welcome back. Andy Nagel here with the call of today's game. The home Georgia State Panthers are in their white pants, black tops. And the visiting Cincinnati Bearcats are in gray pants and gray tops. Georgia State has their white pinstripe pants with black tops. The Bearcats occupy the first base dugout, and the home team, Georgia State Panthers, occupy the third base dugout. Cam Landry gets the start for the Panthers. He'll face Carrington Cross, Tommy O'Connor, and Alec Jones. Cam Landry's a junior right-handed pitcher, 6'3", 190 pounds, from Centennial High School in Johns Creek, Georgia, just right up the street. He's going to have fastball, curveball, changeup pitcher. Scouting report on him, and I know it's tough to even say scouting report because it's been a year on these guys. The tendencies we're looking at here opening weekend, likes his curveball as his best pitch. Left-handed hitters, goes fastball in and out. Slider heavy, tries to get that back foot slider on lefties, and on righties he'll go fastball in and out and work slider, curve as well. Kind of a slurvy pitch. At Georgia State, right-handed pitcher with 3 career wins, 1 save, 4.91 ERA, and 33 appearances. Has a total of 73 strikeouts and 66 innings pitched. Cam Landry last year in 2022 made 15 appearances. He started 9 of those 15, 2-4 record, 4.06 ERA. 44 1/3 innings. Catcher Blaine Marchman takes it down to second base. We're about to get underway. Let's set that defense for that Georgia State Panthers. Max Ryerson's in left. Cameron Jones in center. Dalton Pearson is in right. Michael McGinnis, Matt Ruiz, Jesse Donahue, and Luke Boynton across the infield left to right. Blaine Marchman behind the plate. And the pitcher, Cameron Landry. Carrington Cross leads off for the Bearcats. First pitch swinging yesterday. Grounded out to second. Cross 0 for 4 yesterday. Redshirt sophomore takes first pitch fastball, and we're underway here at 1:04 p.m. Landry works from the full windup. Fastball in the dirt, ball 1, 1 ball, 1 strike. Kind of a sets up in the stretch, then rocks and fires. Slider check swing down to first base. Umpire John Walrath said that Cross did not go. Ball 2, 2 balls, 1 strike. There's a foul ball to the right side back. Evens a count of 2s. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Talked about Carrington Cross yesterday. His redshirt freshman year started 50 out of 52 games, batted .291. Most of those starts came in the infield. They moved Cross to left field this year. There's a check swing foul. Cross 9 home runs, 30 RBIs, 9 doubles, 5 triples last year. And just one of the better instinctive baseball players on the roster. There's a tap foul to the third base side. Cross stays alive, 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is a guy who likes to run. Last year having 17 stolen bases. Very heads up, and he has made the transition, easy for me to say, transition to left field. Fastball up, taken ball 3. Good layoff by Carrington Cross, as this Georgia State pitching staff yesterday liked to pitch up in the zone and had a lot of Bearcats swinging through that up high fastball. And there's another one fouled back by Cross. Good at bat to start the game. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Boy, what a difference a day makes in the weather. Great day to play baseball today. There's a slider, and he gets cross swinging out of the zone for out number one. Good battle won by Cam Landry. He strikes out cross to lead off today's game. Bring up Tommy O'Connor. O'Connor, designated hitter number 44, making his first start of the year. That's from the left side. This is a guy that, what a presence in the box, 6'4", 225 out of Martinsville, Indiana. He's a two-way guy, fouls it down the first base side. He's quickly behind 0-2. You'll see him pitch from the mound. He's going to be low 90s there, and this guy's got some serious power to translate into the game. The fastball taken up. He has put on a display in batting practice, Thursday night practice, and pregame yesterday and today, and gets the start at designated hitter. 1-2, changeup taken outside, ball two. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Inside, ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. O'Connor did not have an at-bat last year, his freshman year. Did make 4 appearances on the mound, 6 1/3 innings. Ball's fouled down the right side. He's seen all the pitches, fastball, curveball, change. He's been on all 3. The 3-2 to O'Connor, and that's ball 4. O'Connor walks. After a long at bat to Carrington Cross, which resulted in a strikeout, O'Connor gets Landry to a 3-2 count and draws a walk. 1 out, 1 on for redshirt junior Alec Jones, a transfer from Oral Roberts, starting behind the dish for the second straight game. Jones was on base all 4 times last night, collecting 2 hits, scored 2 runs, had a walk, and was hit by a pitch. Productive day at the plate for Jones. He takes ball 2 up. 2 balls, no strikes. Talked about it in yesterday's game. Cam Sheeler. Been a good battle behind the plate between Cam Sheeler, Alec Jones, and Corey Klingenbeck. Sheeler's nursing a thumb. He got thumbed on a pitch a couple weeks ago on a breaking ball that just kind of bent his thumb back. So he is cleared to hit, has hit for the past week. And Coach Googans has elected to give him a little bit more time behind the plate. And there's a 4-pitch walk to Alec Jones, first and second for the Bearcats. And that'll bring up Ryan Nicholson, the big cleanup hitter. Nicholson garnered preseason American Athletic Conference honors, first team for the big lefty. Coming off a year where he hit 277 last year with 12 home runs. Another big presence in the left-hander's batter's box. He takes a curveball for strike 1. Yesterday, Nicholson 1 for 4 with a double. Slapped that late in the game down the left field line on an inside-out swing. Trying to pitch him inside as the Panther, his back foot curveball there. As this Panther staff really established that inside strike zone yesterday on Nicholson. A lot of teams tried to pitch away from him last year, and Ryan Nicholson did a great job of going the other way, so he's not afraid to go that way if given it to him. 1 ball, 1 strike to Nicholson. Fastball up, ball 2. Cameron Landry in trouble early. Outside, ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. I would say if Nicholson reaches, it's probably going to be a visit to the mound by one of the coaches. That's called strike 2 on the outside corner. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch here early in the game, top of the first. Glad you joined us. And he walks Nicholson. So after going 3-2 to Cross, striking him out, goes 3-2 to O'Connor, walks him, walks Alec Jones on 4 pitches, goes 3-2 to Nicholson and walks him. Loads the bases, and that does bring a visit out by the Georgia State pitching coach, Chad Bell. I think most pitching coaches would say, man, just throw strikes. I know it's easier said than done, but if the hitters typically fail 7+ times out of 10 at-bats, I'll take my money on throwing strikes. That's your defense. Bring up Cole Harding. Harding got the start last night in right field, while junior Josh Hageman started in center. They move Harding back to center in today's game. He checks his swing on a hard slider in the dirt. Harding 0 for 4 yesterday with 3 strikeouts. Fastball, strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, bases loaded for the Bearcats here in the top of the first. Scheduled doubleheader, 7 innings, game 1. Slider away, ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike to the junior center fielder, Cole Harding. Fastball right down Broadway. Harding just could not pull the trigger. 2-2. Cam Guidry on deck for the Bearcats. Two to Harding. Up in the zone. And we've got another full count. 4th full count in 5 batters by Cameron Landry. The 3-2. Fastball swung on and missed. Strike 3. 2 outs for the Bearcats, and that'll bring up Cam Guidry, the native son, right here from Georgia. Guidry had a tough day at the plate in yesterday's game, going 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Let's see if Cam Landry can pitch his way out of this. Cameron Landry pitching to Cameron Guidry. Guidry right here from Snellville, Georgia. Came to the Bearcats last year after transferring from the University of Georgia, where he started his collegiate playing career. 2 balls, no strikes. Guidry ahead. Fastball. Just could not pull the trigger. 2 balls, 1 strike. That was, from my vantage point, looked like it was right down Broadway. 2-1 to Guidry. Fastball. Hit way high on the infield. Second baseman Jesse Donahue camps and retires the Bearcat. Cam Guidry fly out to second. Bearcats threaten. Bases loaded. Can't punch him in. We'll go to the bottom of the first and be back right after this quick pause. Welcome back to Bearcats Baseball. I'm Andy Nagel. We head to the bottom of the first inning. And the Bearcats are running out. The freshman Chase Horst to make his collegiate debut today against the Georgia State Panthers. Horst, a 5'11", 185-pound left-handed pitcher, hails from Latisse, Pennsylvania. Went to the Peak 27 Academy in Maryland. Chase Horst and fastball, chop, change-up, slider. Fastball is going to be anywhere between 89 and 92. Does have some arm side run to it. Likes to work in and out with his fastball and slider to his glove side, which is the inside right-handed batters, outside the left-handed batters. His fastball has plus run, and his slider has plus characteristic. Big sweeper, almost like a slurvy type pitch. He'll face Cam Jones, Luke Boynton, and Matt Ruiz. Will Chase Horst. Cameron Jones yesterday got the start in right field, came in and pitched as well. Jones was officially 1 for 5 at the plate, 2 RBIs. This junior settles in. Chase Horst works from the stretch. His first pitch is a fastball in for strike 1. Set the defense for the Bearcats. Carrington Cross, Cole Harding, and C.J. Dean left to right in the outfield. Set the infield in a sec. There's a ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kyle Shupman, Cam Guidry, Loudon Brooks, Ryan Nicholson left to right on the infield with Alec Jones behind the plate. 1-1. Strike 2. Chase Horst pumped 3 fastballs in there so far to Cameron Jones, and he's ahead 1 ball, 2 strikes. That ball's driven to left center. Cole Harding on his horse, and he's not going to catch it. It's going to bounce off the wall, 1 hop. Jones heading for 3. Cam Guidry with the relay. Head first slide, not in time, and Cam Jones leads off the Panther batting order with a triple. Cole Harding had a great jump on the ball, and it just, out of his outstretched glove, it's over his head, 1 hops to fence. Good relay by the Bearcats. Cole Harding to Cam Guidry to Kyle Shupman. Cam Jones just beats it into third base, the leadoff triple. That bring up Luke Boynton. Takes ball 1. Boynton, Bearcat killer yesterday's game. 2 for 3, 3 runs, 1 RBI, but hit an absolute moonball to left center for his first home run of the season. Foul ball right side. 1 ball, 1 strike. Was also hit twice in yesterday's game. Started a big rally in that seventh inning where the Panthers scored 6. They were down 2-1. Bearcats had just taken the lead in the seventh. There's a slider in for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Jackson Murphy had Boynton behind in the count 1-2. And a changeup plunked him. And that started that 6-run seventh for the Panthers. There's a called strike 3. Fastball by Chase Horst, and he records his first collegiate strikeout. After giving up that leadoff triple to Cam Jones and facing a presence like Luke Boynton, carved him up pretty good. 1 out. That brings up Matt Ruiz. Ruiz 1 for 4, scored 2 runs yesterday. Had a RBI double in that 6th inning that scored Boynton all the way from first. In that 7th inning, I'm sorry. Scored Boynton from first to tie the game 2-2 at that point. Ruiz, a transfer from University of South Florida in the American Conference. Bearcats are familiar with him. That ball's fisted to center. Caught by Cole Harding. Cam Jones is tagging, and he is safe at home. Panthers take a lead on a sac fly by Matt Ruiz, 1-0. And that'll bring up number 23, the left fielder, Max Ryerson. Ryerson, preseason All-American honors. All-conference honors in the Sun Belt. Ryerson takes strike 1. Ryerson 2 for 3 yesterday. 2 runs scored, 3 RBIs. Hit his first home run of the season. Had 22 Jimmys last year, did Max Ryerson. The 0-1. It's a slider. Called strike 2 on the outside corner by home plate umpire John Register. To Ryerson. Fastball outside, ball 1. Bearcats playing Ryerson straight away. The 1-2 from Horst. Up in the zone, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Alec Jones just sails one over Chase Horst's head out in the center field. A little break in the action here as Cole Harding retrieves it, throws it into the Georgia State dugout. Chase Horst gets a new ball from the home plate umpire, and we're set for action. 2-2, 2 outs to Max Ryerson. Slider. Got Ryerson way out in front, pops it up to Loudon Brooks at second base for out number 3. Panthers score 1. Leadoff triple by Cameron Jones. Sac fly by Matt Ruiz. We played 1-0 Panthers. You're listening to Bearcats Baseball on the YouTube channel. University of Cincinnati Athletic Department. Be right back after this quick brief pause. back to Atlanta, Georgia. We played one inning of a scheduled doubleheader today. Georgia State Panthers get a run in the first and lead the Bearcats 1-0 as we head to the second inning. Cameron Landry out. Pitch for the Panthers. He'll face 7, 8, 9 of the Bearcats order. C.J. Dean, Kyle Shupman, and Loudon Brooks. C.J. Dean making his first collegiate start. Redshirt freshman. Didn't get any action last year. He had a great fall, did C.J. Dean, and a really good spring. And he gets to start today for head coach Scott Googins. And he waves at a curveball there for strike one. C.J. Dean does have some pop. Fall baseball game against Notre Dame. Did a home run. There's a drive to right field. And it is caught at the wall by Dalton Pearson. Nice play as that ball was slicing. That right-handed bat slice. And Dalton catches it on the track for out number one. I'll bring up Kyle Shupman. Shupman, a freshman infielder from Geneva, Illinois. Got the start yesterday. Pretty much as locked down third base for Coach Googins. And Shupman goes behind the count 0-2. 0 for 3 with a walk last night was Kyle Shupman. And he waves at a breaking ball there for strike 3. And that's Landry's third strikeout of the game. So 2 quick outs, and that'll bring up Loudon Brooks. Brooks got the Bearcats on the board, an infield single. Scored a run last night. He was 1 for 3 with an RBI and a walk. His second baseman, native Cincinnati from McNick High School, takes ball upstairs. Transfer from Texas Tech. Came back home to Cincinnati. Fastball taken, strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's that curveball. In there for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Brooks. And looks like Cameron Landry, after a rough first inning, has settled down at least through 2 batters. There's a drive to right field. Pearson drifting back. He's on the track for out number 3. So good. 2 balls hit. 1 by C.J. Dean, 1 by Loudon Brooks, both caught by right fielder Dalton Pearson. And we'll go to the bottom of the second. Panthers lead the Bearcats 2-1. We'll be right back. You're listening to Bearcats Baseball. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Chase Orr's back on the mound for the Bearcats. He'll face 5, 6, 7 hitters for the Panthers. Michael McGinnis, Cameron Douglas, and Blaine Marchman. Orr takes his last warm-up pitch. Alec Jones throws it down to second. And redshirt freshman Michael McGinnis makes his way to the plate. McGinnis, yesterday, 2 for 5, 2 runs scored, home run and 3 RBIs. Hit the first home run of the season for the Panthers. This is a redshirt freshman transfer from Samford University. Played football there his freshman year. Transfers to Georgia State to pursue a baseball career. And he takes strike one from Chase Horst. And once again, Alec Jones throws the ball into center field. Don't want to say that word. That's two balls that have gone into center field. A throwback from catcher Alec Jones. Horst back on the mound. No balls, one strike to McGinnis. Slider in, down, ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Slider in. Back door on the outside corner. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We mentioned that catching competition between Cam Sheeler, Alec Jones, and Corey Klingenbeck. Fastball, strike 3. Chase Horst, second strikeout of the game. That one by way of swinging. Corey Klingenbeck will get the start in game 2 today behind the plate. Once again, if you joined us late, Cam Sheeler, a little ding on his thumb, on his catching hand. Coach Guggen's giving him a rest this weekend. He is cleared to hit. You may see him in a pinch hit appearance. Probably could start him at a DH, maybe insert him if there's some injuries or anything like that. There's a swing and a miss. Chase Horst is ahead 0-2 to Cameron Douglas. Douglas came in late in yesterday's game, had 1 at bat, and it was a strikeout, right-handed bat. And takes fastball inside corner, strike 3. 2 up, 2 down via this strikeout. And that'll bring up catcher Blaine Marchman. Marchman 1 for 4 yesterday. Right-handed junior steps in against Chase Horst. Fastball inside, strike 1. After that leadoff triple to Cameron Jones in the first, Chase Horst is settled in and is filling up the zone with all 3 pitches. And just when I say that, he hits Blaine Marchman on his front foot, I believe. Marchman down in the dirt, and he's going to take his time walking down to first base. I think that's the announcer's curse. 2 outs, a hit batter to Blaine Marchman, and that'll bring up sophomore second baseman, left-handed bat, Jesse Donahoe. One of the very few left-handed bats in Coach Brad Strauman's lineup. Donahoe 3 for 3 last night, run scored with 2 walks. This guy was on base all 5 appearances. He takes ball outside, fastball, ball 1. Slider, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitching matchup for game 2. Dylan Broski, grad transfer, will start for the Bearcats. 2-0 slider in for strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Slider outside, 3-1. Joseph Brandon, senior right-handed pitcher, will start for the Panthers in game 2. The 3-1 way outside, ball 4. After 2 strikeouts to start this inning, you go hit, batter, and a walk. And that brings up number 9, the right fielder, Dalton Pearson. Pearson 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts yesterday. And there's ball 1. So Chase Horse struggling after getting the McGinnis the strikeout swinging and Douglas the strikeout looking. There's a slider that's capped foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Talk about reset earlier. That's what Chase Horse needs to do here to Dalton Pearson. 1-1. Fastball upstairs, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Slider lifted way high in left field. Carrington Cross camps under it and makes the catch for out number 3. So Chase Horse pitches into trouble, pitches out of trouble, gets a fly out of Dalton Pearson, and that ends the 2nd inning. We played 2, 1-0 Panthers. We'll be right back. Head to the top of the 3rd inning of a scheduled 7-inning first game of a 2-game doubleheader. Cameron Landry back out the pitch for the Panthers. 2 innings. No runs, no hits, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. 46 pitches through 2. Face the top of the order, Carrington Cross, Tommy O'Connor, and Alec Jones. That first inning, Cam Landry went full count on 4 hitters. And he walked Alec Jones on 4 straight, but pitched his way out of a bases-loaded jam in the first. A lot better in the 2nd, and he's out for his 3rd inning. And he'll face Carrington Cross, who was a strikeout victim. They're really good at bat to lead off the game. A lot of foul balls, a lot of pitches spoiled. But Cam Landry ultimately won that battle. Cross squares, pulls back, takes strike 1. Curveball, and Cross is behind 0-2. Curveball again. Tapped over to first baseman Luke Boynton, who steps on the bag himself for out number 1. One out for Tommy O'Connor. O'Connor was down 0-2 his first appearance, worked a full count, and ended up working a walk to start that rally. Induced totally by Cameron Landry with 3 walks in a row, and O'Connor, Jones, and Nicholson. And Tommy O'Connor takes ball 1 outside. The 1-0 curveball, strike 1. Landry has seemed to find that curveball, go-to pitch when he needs a strike. Flips it up there pretty well. There's another curveball that O'Connor hammers about 600 feet foul. Way out in front was the big number 44. And O'Connor's behind 1-2 strikes. And there's a change. Just ran away from O'Connor. And he waves and misses strikeout for the second out of the inning. 4 strikeouts for Cameron Landry. Now bring up Alec Jones, who has walked on 4 straight pitches in the first. Rock and fire. Fastball, strike 1. Alec Jones thought it was up and out. Fastball fouled back. And Landry quickly ahead of Jones 0-2. Good crowd here at the Georgia State Baseball Complex in Decatur, Georgia, just east of Atlanta. There's a curveball in the dirt outside, ball 1. Like I said at the open, not a cloud in the sky, sun bright, shining. Started game time temps at 50 with no wind, little to no wind. Fastball taken upstairs, ball 2, 2-2. Currently 53 here in Decatur. And after yesterday's windy day, I'm sure these players feel like it's 80 degrees out there. Cats will get a taste of that next weekend when they head down to the University of Florida in Gainesville. There's a spinner, ball 3. 3-2 strikes. Face the Gators for a 3-game series Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Those games will all be televised on the SEC network. And there's a curveball taken, strike 3. Good pitch by Cameron Landry. His 5th strikeout of the day. The Bearcats are down in order 1-2-3. And to the bottom of the 3rd, 1-0 Panthers. Welcome back to Bearcats Baseball. I'm Andy Nagel. Talking about that upcoming schedule of the Cincinnati Bearcats. 4-game series here at Georgia State. One yesterday, doubleheader today, and one tomorrow with a noon start. And then they travel down to Gainesville. Play the Florida Gators Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday at 6:30. Sunday or Saturday at 4, Sunday at noon. They have the home opener March 1st. Opening day in Cincinnati, officially kicked off by the Bearcats. They'll take on the Miami Redhawks at UC Baseball Stadium. 5:02 start time. Get your tickets today. Go to GoBearcats.com. Should be a great crowd. They had almost 3,000 last year against Ohio State. That game will be on ESPN+. So Chase Orr's back out with bottom of the 3rd. Face the top of the order, Cameron Jones, Luke Boynton, and Matt Ruiz. Cam Jones, the only hit in today's game, a leadoff triple for the Panthers. Just over the outstretched glove of Cole Harding in left center. Ball was hit more towards center, but on the left field side. He tripled, got a sac fly by Matt Ruiz, and that's the scoring so far. That ball's hit hard back to Chase Horse, fumbles, recovers, flips it to Nicholson for out number 1. Good job by Chase Horse keeping his cool there. Hard comebacker. Big out. Hitting that leadoff guy, especially the leadoff guy in Cameron Jones. That'll bring up Luke Boynton, and Chase Horse carved him up in the first inning. Good mix of fastball, slider, and gets ahead of Boynton, strike 1. Working Boynton down and getting the calls from home plate umpire John Register. That's a ball. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Boynton 6'5", 250. And Chase Horse has been effective around his knees. I don't know if that ball hit him or not. He's laughing. Might have thrown it behind him. Slider behind him. In any case, Boynton stays in the box. 2 balls, 1 strike. There's a slider, and he's just getting that backdoor call. These right-handed hitters are giving up on that pitch when they see it come out of his hand, and it's just burying on that corner for strike 2. 2-2. Throws another one, fouled back. You're getting that call from the umpire, man, and that's an effective pitch. You get all these righties to bail on that pitch. Just keep working that corner. Force them to change their eyes and hunt that outside pitch, and then you buzz them inside and get them all tied up, just like he did there. And he hit Boynton. So just as I talked about, outside, tries to go fastball in on the hands of Boynton, and Boynton gets hit. That's the second hit batter by Chase Horse today. And that's Boynton's third time he's been hit in a game and a half. Not even a game and a half. Hit twice yesterday and once today. And here comes Matt Ruiz, who takes a slider, strike 1. Ruiz, sac fly in the first that scored Cam Jones. Fastball down, 1 ball, 1 strike. And that sac fly to Cole Harding scored Jones, and that's the only run of the game. Slider in, strike 2. Came in with that one, started at middle plate, broke in. Wasn't the backdoor variety. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fastball in, and froze Ruiz, and he didn't like the call from home plate umpire John Register and takes strike 3. Good pitch by Chase Horse, just dotted that corner. That's Horse's 4th strikeout. That brings up Mr. All-American Max Ryerson. Popped up to Brooks in the first. And that one goes to the screen as a wild pitch. Moved Boynton up to second. Got Ryerson on that slider on the outer half. Got him to pop up to Brooks. So the Panthers have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs here in the home half of the third, leading 1-0. Backdoor slider doesn't get the call that time. 2 balls, no strikes. There's a slider that twists Max Ryerson in the ground. Swing and a miss. Balls, 1 strike. 2 outs here. Bottom of the third. Fastball up, and yes, he did. Tried to check his swing. Called strike 2 by home plate umpire John Register. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pitch here. There's slider. Hit the Guidry. He fields. On to Nicholson for out number 3. We played 3 here at Georgia State. The Bearcats trail the Panthers 1-0. We'll be right back after this brief pause. Welcome back to Bearcats Baseball. I'm Andy Nagel. We played 3 innings here in Atlanta. Bearcats trail the Panthers 1-0. 1 run, 1 hit. No errors for the Panthers. And 0s across the board for the Bearcats. Bearcat offense, we're heading to the 4th inning. That had 4 hits in yesterday's game. Struck out 17 times. And I know head coach Scott Googins is looking to see who from this offense is going to really start to produce. Alec Jones had a good night last night, collecting 2 of those hits. Nicholson had a double. He comes to the plate to lead off the 4th. This is an offensive team that hit north of 270 last year. Game 2, 2023 season. No time to panic yet. But I've watched these bats in the fall and so far in the spring, and I know that they are loaded, ready to hit. Just haven't had the results quite yet. 277 the Bearcats hit last year in 2022. Nicholson ahead, 2 balls, no strikes. He walked in the first, part of a back-to-back walks given up by Cameron Landry. After that, he has settled down. That ball's driven to right, and the Bearcats are on the board. Home run, Ryan Nicholson. Just when I asked for a little offense, the big boy comes through and ties this baseball game 1-1. Nicholson showing a little motion, hitting home plate, saying, "Let's go, Bearcats." Game's even. There's a no-doubter to right field off the bat of redshirt junior Ryan Nicholson. We'll bring up junior Cole Harding, takes strike 1. Curveball swinging and missing. Landry ahead, 0-2. Curveball in the dirt, checks his swing. Says first base umpire John Walrath. Curveball taken inside. Called strike 3. Cole Harding. Outside looked a little in to me, but I'm not the one that matters. That is Landry's 6th strikeout. And that's the first out of this 4th inning. Bring up Cam Guidry. Popped out to second baseman Jesse Donahoe to end that first with bases loaded. Bearcats looking for a big knock from Guidry in the first. Counts 1-1 to Guidry. So as we head to the 4th, scheduled 7. We almost have to treat this as like the 6th inning of a 9-inning game. You're getting towards the back half of this game, believe it or not. And we're not even an hour in, and that ball's driven to center. Cameron Jones, it's off the wall. Guidry in with a double. It looked like Cameron Jones had a beat on it, tracked it well, jumped, may not have had to jump as the ball ended up hitting the wall underneath his glove. May have mistimed that jump. And that's a 1-out double from Cam Guidry. That ball just kept carrying. Flags are dead. There's no win. And that was a big hit by Guidry. That brings up C.J. Dean, who lined out to right field loudly in the 2nd. Good catch by Dalton Pearson on the warning track to retire Dean. Dean takes ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Curveball in. Strike 1. 1-1. Freshman Kyle Shupman on deck. Curveball upstairs. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. To C.J. Dean. Hails from Columbus, Ohio. Redshirt freshman. 6 foot, 200 pounds. Got some pop. Fastball outside. Landry kind of yanked that pitch. 3-1. Stretching the pitch. Fastball pop way high. Second baseman Jesse Donahoe gives way to right fielder Dalton Pearson, who makes the catch. Out number 2. Shallow right field. I'll bring up third baseman Kyle Shupman. Shupman still looking for his first collegiate hit. And that is going to prompt a visit from head coach Brad Stroman. Cameron Landry, is at 75 pitches. Let's see what this conversation's about. 2 outs. Cam Guidry's on second. Shupman at the plate in a tie ball game. Leadoff home run here in the 4th by Ryan Nicholson. A towering shot to right field. Nicholson making his 100th career start in a Bearcat uniform. Congratulations to Ryan Nicholson. Hitting a home run on his 100th start. We're going to the pen. We'll be back after this brief pause and tell you who the Panthers elect to send to the mound to pitch to Kyle Shupman. Head coach Brad Stromdahl has gone to his bullpen here in the top half of the fourth inning, and he calls upon number 16 Nick Lohman, left-handed pitcher, 6'4", 225 junior from Minnesota. Started his career as a Missouri recruit, then went to Northern Iowa Community College, and now with the Georgia State Panthers. Lohman last year made 8 appearances for the Panthers, 6 1/3 innings, 8 hits, 6 runs. And Lohman comes in to face Kyle Shupman. Instead of going righty-righty, Stromdahl elects to go lefty against righty. Cam Guidry is out at second base. He is still the responsibility of starter Cam Landry, so we can't officially close the book on him yet. The stretch and the pitch. Slider fouled off, strike one. Lohman, 6'4", big presence on the mound. Ahead 0-1 to Shupman. Bearcats looking to try to take the lead here with a knock. Slider in. Lohman is ahead 0-2 to the freshman third baseman. 1-1 game here, top of the fourth. 0-2, slider fouled into that Georgia State dugout on the third base side. 0-2. Little wind blowing left to right. Not much, got a pick. Guidry back safe at second. Daylight timing play by shortstop Matt Ruiz and Nick Lohman. Ruiz with a flash of the glove, and Lohman spun to throw. 0-2, foul back. I'll Shupman right on that pitch. Right now, Cam Landry, 3 2/3 innings. Can't give you a final line just yet. The 0-2. Down. Good take by Kyle Shupman. Lohman tried to get him to chase on a changeup. 1-2. And that gets to the screen, goes under the legs of Shupman. And they're calling first base umpire saying that ball hit Shupman. Coach Brad Stromdahl is going to come out to question that. Why the home plate umpire didn't make that call, but the first base umpire, who's probably about 100 feet away, said that he saw it hit Kyle Shupman. That's going to be a hit batter. Looked like Shupman jumped over the ball, went to the screen. So Guidry has to go back to second. And we'll have first and second, 2 outs for Loudon Brooks. Brooks hit a drive to right field that was caught by Dalton Pearson on the warning track in the second inning. At the Bearcats' first RBI in yesterday's game, looking to collect another RBI here as well. Single to get Guidry. He takes ball 1 outside. And that ball almost got Brooks. Slider back foot, ball 2. Brooks ahead 2-0. Looking to do some damage with this pitch. Cam Guidry on second after a 1-out double. Kyle Shutman on first. Brooks takes fastball down. 3 balls, no strikes. I would think Coach Kyle Sprague will give Brooks a take here. Top of the 4th of a 7-inning game. And he's swinging. 3-0, hits a lazy fly ball to right field. Caught by Dalton Pearson for out number 3. Bearcats get on the board with a long ball by Ryan Nicholson. 1-1 game as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Be right back. Welcome back to Bearcats baseball. You can close the book on Cameron Landry for the Georgia State Panthers. Stat line: 3 2/3 inning, 1 run on 2 hits, walked 3, struck out 6. 75 pitches, 42 of which were strikes. And Chase Horse comes out in the 4th inning, and he'll face McGinnis, Douglas, and Marchman. Michael McGinnis, strikeout victim in the 2nd. McGinnis, big fly in yesterday's game. First Panther home run of the season. It's a Panther team that hit 75 home runs last year. Chase Horse goes right back to that backdoor slider for strike 1 on the outside corner to Michael McGinnis. Tries it again, ball 1. Chase Horse enters this inning with 51 pitches. And he takes a fastball inside strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss on a 2-seam fastball for strike 3. That's Chase Horst's 5th strikeout of the game. That'll bring up Cameron Douglas, who was a victim of a strikeout looking in the 2nd. Slider, swing and a miss, strike 1. The 2nd inning that saw strikeout, hit, batter, walk. And then Horse got a big fly out to end the inning. Fastball, strike 2. He's really has done a great job keeping these Georgia State Panther batters tied up, off balance. There's a slider fisted, and that's going to drop into left field. Douglas makes a wide turn, and it's bobbled by Carrington Cross. And Douglas will slide in the 2nd. See how they score that one. I would think a single and an error. Yes, they do. And they appeal to first base, and for First base umpire John Walrath says it's safe. And head coach Scott Googins is going to talk to John Walrath about that. So currently we have a single E7. It was a good pitch by Horst. He fisted the ball. It was in on his hands to Douglas. Fisted it to left field. So Coach Googins doesn't agree with Walrath that Douglas did touch first base. Don't think we have instant replay in this series, as we have no television, obviously, as you're listening to this game. 1 ball, no strikes. Ball 2 to Blaine Marcham, who was hit by Chase Horst in the second. So we got 1 out, 1 on. Second hit by the Panthers today by Cameron Douglas. Advances to second on that error by Carrington Cross. And Chase Horst has 3 straight balls to Blaine Marchman, and that's going to bring out pitching coach J.D. Heilman, probably just to settle Horst down. He made a good pitch on Cameron Douglas, and it was a good job by Douglas to muscle it out to left field. And I'm sure that can unnerve a pitcher. Wouldn't be the worst thing if Marchman sets up a double play. You do have a hot-hitting Jesse Donahoe on deck, who walked in the second, but went 3 for 3 in last night's game with 2 walks. So he's been on base all 6 plate appearances as the on-deck batter Jesse Donahoe. The sophomore from Columbus, Georgia. 3 balls, no strikes. Meeting breaks up. Chase Horst back on the rubber. Behind 3-0 to Marchman. Let's see if Stromdahl gives him the green light. And ball 4 upstairs. That's Horst's second walk of the game, along with 2 hit batters. And 5 strikeouts. And that brings up Donahoe. Bearcats have not kept him off the bases yet. He takes a slider outside, ball 1. Pivotal point of this game, bottom of the 4th of a 7-inning game. There's strike 1, outside corner fastball, 1 ball, 1 strike. First and second for the Panthers, 1 out. The 1-1. Fastball inside, tapped foul on the first base side. 1 ball, 2 strike, looking for a big strikeout here. Bearcats pen is active down the right field line. The 1-2, tapped foul by Donahoe. Good pitch by Horst that Donahoe just gets a piece of to stay alive. Maybe Mitch White. It's tough to see through the trees of my view, along with my aging old eyes. 1-2. Outside, ball 2. Horst yanked that pitch. Tapped over to Nicholson. Nicholson throws to Guidry for out 1. Guidry pump fakes over to first, so they get a force out at second. On this 3-6 fielder's choice, Donahoe still reaches On base 7 straight times. Panthers have first and third with the 9-batter Dalton Pearson, who flew out to right or to left in the second with runners at first and second. We'll see if Coach Brad Stromdahl tries some aggressive trickery here with a first and third situation to try to get that lead run across the plate in Cameron Douglas, who stands 90 feet away. Ball 1 to Pearson. Slider up high, ball 2. Two-0. Sliced foul down the right field line. 2 balls, 1 strike. Donahoe over at first, 1 for 1 in stolen bases in limited sampling size. Only appeared in 13 started 13 games. Appeared in 28. Chase Horse behind in the count to Pearson. 3 balls, 1 strike with leadoff hitter Cameron Jones on deck. This is the guy you want to get. Jones led off this Panther offense with a triple in the first. And he walks Pearson to load the bases. Third walk by Chase Horst, and the brain trust in the Bearcats dugout, and they're going to stay with Chase Horst as he'll face Cameron Jones. Jones tripled and scored in the first. Hit a hard ground ball back to Chase Horst in the third for a 1-3 putout. And he takes ball 1 up and in. Bases full of Panthers. 1-1 game, bottom of 4. And that ball is driven to center. Cole Harding drifts back, camps under it. Out number 3. Big out by Chase Horst, the freshman. Good job. Pitches in to some trouble and gets out of it. Played 4 out of 7. And we got a 1-1 ball game. We'll be right back. We've played 4 innings here in Atlanta, and we got a good one. 1-1 through 4. Pretty much even on the board. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error for the Bearcats. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors for the Panthers. Junior left-handed pitcher Nick Lohman comes back out. He came in relief of Cameron Landry in the 4th. Hit his first batter he faced in Kyle Shutman, then got a big fly out to right field by Loudon Brooks to end the inning. Faced the top of the order in Carrington Cross, Tommy O'Connor and Alec Jones here in the 5th. We got 3 frames left here, so play this like 7, 8, and 9 in a 7-inning game. Just like that, we are at the back half of this game. Carrington Cross 0 for 2 today. Strikeout in the first, ground out to first in the third. And he takes a ball down slider. Fastball down in the zone, strike one. 1-1 strike. Carrington Cross looking to get it going like he did in 2022. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 0 for 4 last night, 0 for 2 today. It's a matter of time before number 2 breaks through here. And he swings and a miss on a 2-seam fastball that ran away from him. For Nick Lohman's first strikeout of the 2023 season. Second strikeout by Carrington Cross. Tony O'Connor strolls to the plate. He walked in the first, struck out in the third. Big lefty on lefty. Slider popped up high. Matt Ruiz camping. Gives way to center fielder Cameron Jones, who makes the put out in shallow center for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. Quick outs. Now to bring up Alec Jones. Jones 0 for 1 officially with a walk and a strikeout. And Coach Kyle Sprague will call an offensive timeout. They will meet down the first base line. 2 quick outs. This is one of those timeouts to try to break a little rhythm that Nick Lohman is in with a strikeout of Cross and a fly out of O'Connor. Alec Jones, a transfer from Oral Roberts, San Diego, California native. Played at Palomar College before heading to Oral Roberts and comes to the Bearcats. AJ, as they call him, in that dugout. Takes a ball in the dirt. The 1-0. Foul back. 1 ball, 1 strike. That ricochets back all the way to Nick Lohman on the mound. One slider taken, strike 2. Good pitch by Lohman. Jones was about to offer and held off. Slider again and froze Jones and struck him out. Looking. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 5th. 1-1. Welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia. Head coach Scott Googins has gone to his bullpen and has lifted starter Chase Horst to give way to Alec Jones, or Alex Shea, I'm sorry. Chase Horst, his line, 4 innings pitched, 2 hits, 1 run, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, a wild pitch, and 2 hit batters. Horst threw 77 pitches, 43 of them were strikes. And as I said, he gives way to big number 77, Alex Shea. Shea, a redshirt junior, 6'4", 210-pound lefty. out of Union, Kentucky, just over the river across from Cincinnati. And this is a big league arm in Alex Shea. If you haven't seen this guy pitch, I've seen him up to 98 this spring. He struck out Ryan Nicholson in an inter squad, 97 and 98. Both two-seam fastballs that tailed into the big left-handed hitter. And this guy has some serious stuff. He's had scouts at every practice, every inter squad, and if he can put it together in game, he's going to be a top arm come MLB draft in July. That's what those scouts want to see. So Shea is a fastball slurvy type, slider, curve, and a change. And his best pitch, his out pitch, is that slurve. And when that's on, it's unhittable. Really scuffled. And if he can put it together and have a season, it's not only going to help the Bearcats, but it's going to help Mr. Shea. Last year, Shea appeared in 12 games, started 5, was 0-4 in 22 innings. First pitch, fastball, outside, ball 1. Fastball tapped foul. He's going to face the heart of the order, 2, 3, and 4, in Boynton, Ruiz, and Ryerson. Boynton 0 for 1 officially with a strikeout and a hit batter in the third by Chase Horst. Alex Shea, good story for the Bearcats, was a walk-on, was coming to Cincinnati, and Coach J.D. Howman took him on as a project. He was probably 83, 85 coming in. Ground ball to Shutman, and goes under his glove. We'll see how they score that. Boynton going for second. In there, safe on a hustle double. If they call it a double. I think Shutman had a play at that. It was just it didn't even have to take a step, and they do give him a hit. I'm not going to complain about home cooking. So give Boynton a leadoff double. It went right under the glove of Kyle Shutman at third, and the definition I get from longtime Cincinnati Reds official scorer Ronnie Roth, if it's ordinary effort and it's booted or not made, it should be an error. And that, to me, was ordinary effort. So leadoff doubles. Ruiz squares the bunt, takes a ball in the dirt, ball 1. Tough luck for Alex Shea there. Let's see if he can pitch his way out of this. 1-1 game, bottom of 5 of a scheduled 7-inning first game of a doubleheader. Fastball, strike 1. Shutman even with the bag at third. The 1-1. Ruiz tries to bunt, foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Alex Shea working on a sinker. Uses it mainly arm side. A lot of ground balls with that. You can command that. I'll get a lot of broken bats in pro baseball. 1-2. Slider. There's that slurvy out pitch. Swing and a miss by Ruiz. Great pitch by Alex Shea. And that's the first out, and he'll face preseason All-American Max Ryerson. 0 for 2 today. Fly out to second and ground out to short. Shea back to work. Fastball sliced foul. Alex Shea, good story. 2016, 7 years ago, had a cancer scare, was diagnosed with lymphoma, had 5 months of chemotherapy. While he was at Children's Hospital in Cincinnati, struck up a friendship with Cincinnati Reds Joey Votto that lasts till this day. There's a back pick, not in time, and he's been pretty much clear ever since. It's a great story. 3 years ago, he came in, skinny little freshman, 83, 85, and now he's sitting 90, 95, been up to 98. Fastball up high, swing and a miss, strike 2. Blew that by Max Ryerson. Let's go. Be real effective too. Sometimes he'll get on the side of that baseball and cut it just a little. Just have a little wiggle on it. The 0-2 to Ryerson. There's that Slurvey. Tap to Brooks at second. Out number 2. Good pitch by Shea. Boynton advances to third. Alec Jones needs to be a wall back there. Brings up Michael McGinnis, who has struck out twice this game. This is where Alex Shea really needs to bear down. 2 outs. Made 2 good pitches to Ruiz and Ryerson to retire them. Slider taking high, ball 1. Be careful with Alec Jones flipping those balls back. He's thrown 2 to center field so far today with no damage, nobody on. Fastball, foul tip, strike 1. Foul ball retrieved by the pitch. Slider, outside half, strike 2. That's that backdoor slider that Chase Horst was so effective with in his 4 innings of work. Started out of the zone, right-handed hitters give up on it, and it buries back in that outside corner. 1-2 by Shea. Slider outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Big Luke Boynton on third represents the leading run in a 1-1 game. Boynton doubled in to lead off this half inning. The 2-2, fastball fouled off. We'll do it again. Good pitch, good spot. Good job by Michael McGinnis fouling that ball off. Get my good side, Miss Mitras. My partner in crime up here, keeping me straight, taking pictures. I don't know if I have a good side. The 2-2, 2 outs, big pitch. Fastball in the dirt, great job by Alec Jones, blocking that ball. Like Alex Shea may have choked that just a wee bit. Full count. Looks like they're trying to get Boynton moving over there. That's a big hoss coming down the line with Alex Jones flipping him back behind the plate. 3-2, 2 outs. The pitch. Fastball, check swing, and it squirts away from Alec Jones. And Boynton's going to score. The ball that he just kind of spiked, ball 4 to McGinnis. He advances to first. On a wild pitch. Boynton scores. And the Panthers take a 2-1 lead. Two outs, McGinnis on first. Shea faces Cameron Douglas. McGinnis is off, swing and a miss. Throw down to second, not in time. Goes out to center field. Cole Harding backing up the play. McGinnis steals second. And the Panthers have a runner in scoring position again in this frame. Cameron Douglas singled in the fourth. He's 1 for 2 today. Stretched it into a foul tip. Sounded like. Guess not. Check swing. No swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cameron Douglas hit a ground ball in the right field, or left field. Made it to second on a bobble by left fielder Carrington Cross. The 1-1. Fastball down. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two one to Douglas. Fastball in. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. He just needs to settle down. Just relax. Breathe out there, big boy. 3-1. Fastball, blew it right past him. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Been in this spot before on McGinnis, the previous batter. 3-2 to Douglas. McGinnis was off running on the pitch. High leg kick by number 77. Fouled off by Douglas. We'll reset and do it again. McGinnis back to second. Douglas back in the box. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th. McGinnis is off again. Fastball. Tapped foul. Shake it. Mix up his timing and maybe give McGinnis an early break, get him in a pickle or something. But McGinnis has his pattern down, whether it's a 1 look to the plate, no look to the plate. He's had 2 huge jumps at second with 2 outs. The right-handed batter, Cameron Douglas at the plate, 3-2. There's a back pick. I think the world knew that was coming. Even with the 20-second action clock, which we really haven't got into today, the pitcher can still do a hold. 20 seconds is a long time. Mix up your looks, your timing, slide step, high step. McGinnis stays put. Ball is fouled to the right side. Do they have a play? Out of my view, looks like it dropped with no play over by the fence down the right field line. It was towards the bullpen. C.J. Dean, Loudon Brooks, and first baseman Ryan Nicholson all giving chase unsuccessfully. We'll do this 3-2 over again, and we'll see if McGinnis will be off to the races. He did not try third base on that last pitch. Back pick again. McGinnis back in, ahead of the Cam Guidry tag. 3-2. McGinnis is off. Foul back. Good battle here between Alex Shea and Cameron Douglas. McGinnis is off. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Alex Shea gets out of the inning, but gives up a run. The Panthers take a 2-1 lead. We head to the 6th inning of a 7-inning scheduled game. Georgia State leads Cincinnati 2-1. We'll be right back. back the Bearcats baseball, Mandy Nagel. Head to the 6th inning. Nick Loman back out on the mound to pitch for the Panthers. He'll face Ryan Nicholson, Cole Harding, and Cam Guidry. Panthers just took the lead in this game 2-1 in the 6th. Hit off double by Luke Boynton. There's the third on a ground out by Ryerson and scores on a wild pitch, ball 4. McGinnis take that lead on a ball that I would hazard to say if you asked Kyle Shutman if he should have had the ball, he would have to agree and say yes, he just missed it. Went backhand side and went right under his glove. His natural brass down here. I will say that I'm not making excuses. The Bearcats have practiced on turf. Their facility. They are playing the first time here on grass and dirt. Ryan Nicholson will lead things off for the Bearcats here in the 6th. Nicholson hit a towering home run, his first of the season in the 4th to lead off that inning. He takes a slider, strike 1. As mentioned before, the 100th career start for first baseman Ryan Nicholson in Bearcats red and black. One ball, one strike to Nicholson. Checks his swing. Takes ball 2, 2-1. The ball is up the middle. Base hit for Ryan Nicholson. Good lead off for the Bearcats. And the line drive into center field. Their 3rd hit of the game. Team even with 3 hits each. Big number on that board that matters is that runs. Georgia State leading 2-1. That brings up Cole Harding. Harding 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Harding had 3 strikeouts last night. That's 5. Throw over to first. Cole Harding does square. I'm sure that's what Georgia State wanted to see. What kind of plays the Bearcats were looking to run. McGinnis in at 3rd. The pick over to first. Nicholson back. And we got a timeout as head coach Brad Stromdahl will go to the mound to talk to Nick Loman and his infield defense to see exactly how they want to play this. You have plus speed at the plate in Cole Harding. And for a big guy at first base, Ryan Nicholson is pretty quick. See if what they're setting. A lot of times the Bearcats, even in a sack situation, will give the hitter their first chance to try to bunt for a hit, even in that sack situation. And if that's unsuccessful, they'll go regular sack. Coach Stromdahl has signaled to the bullpen. Got a new pitcher entering the game, and we'll be back to tell you about that pitcher right after this quick pause. We're back at Georgia State, and head coach Brad Stromdahl has gone to his pen and called upon number 20, Chad Treadway, right-handed junior, 6 foot 200 pounds from Asheville, North Carolina. Treadway inherits a runner at first and leadoff single Ryan Nicholson. He'll face Cole Harding. Treadway, last year for the Panthers, one of their top arms. Out of the pen, 24 appearances, 3.31 ERA, 4-0 record, 32 2/3 innings with 2 saves, 36 strikeouts. Right-handed pitcher, fastball slider change guy. This is another one with the scouting report on the Panther pitching. He likes to work up in the zone, which was successful against the Bearcats last night. And there was a lot of high fastball swing and misses. We'll expect Treadway to work up in the zone. Fastball 85-91, slider change. And he'll face Cole Harding. We'll see if that changes Coach Googins and staff's strategy here offensively, what they want to do with Cole Harding trailing 2-1 with no outs, runner on first. The baseball gods would scream sacrifice here, being down 2-1 late in this game. We're in the 6th inning of a 7-inning game. Doubleheader, in case you joined us late, doubleheader today, 7-inning game 1, 9-inning scheduled game 2. Should this game go to extra innings, then game 2 will flip to a 7-inning game. If that makes sense to all you listeners. So we got no 0-0 count. Cole Harding at the plate. Chad Treadway in to relieve Nick Lohman. Harding shows no sign of bunt. And first offering from Chad Treadway is a ball upstairs, ball 1. The 1-0 from Harding. Yanked high outside. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. We talked about Ryan Nicholson. Bearcats are waiting for this guy, number 10, to bust out. I know it's only game 2, but can't keep this guy down too long. There's a foul back. It's going to reach the stands. 2 balls, 1 strike. Cole Harding, his sophomore season last year, hit .313, started all 54 games for the Bearcats, slugged .500, 47 RBIs, 9 home runs, 9 doubles, 2 triples, 14 stolen bases. So this is a big production guy for head coach Scott Googins. The 2-1 to Harding. That ball's pulled. Ruiz to Donahoe. To first. Called safe. Almost a 6-4-3. Put Harding down on a fielder's choice at first. Nicholson out at second on the 6-4 putout. And that'll bring up Cam Guidry. Guidry doubled his last at bat to dead center field over the head of Cameron Jones. Get off the wall. Harding with speed at first. Let's see if they try to get him moving. 14 stolen bases last year. And this is a Bearcats team, as Cam Guidry takes strike 1, that doesn't sacrifice too many times. That ball was pulled foul. Cam Guidry quickly behind 0-2. Harding off and running. Ball's taken inside. Throw down to second. Not in time. Give Harding a stolen base. Small and Marchman had to sway to the inside. Almost got Guidry. Didn't would get a good exchange. It allowed the speedy Harding in for a stolen base. So runner in scoring position, 1 out for the redshirt junior and native son, Cam Guidry, coming back home to Georgia. High fly ball, foul behind the plate. Count remains 1-2. Guidry officially 1 for 2 today. Flew out to second baseman. A high infield pop up in the first with bases loaded. Gonna see if he can count this run now. Check swing. Up in the zone. And he holds. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Right fielder C.J. Dean on deck for the Bearcats. 2-2. Fouled off by Guidry. Spoiled a good pitch by Treadway. Little slider. 2-2. We'll do it again. Fastball up. Tried to get Guidry to chase. Did not. Full count. It's another situation where you can pitch really aggressive, really tight to Guidry, but if you walk him, you still put the double play back in order. 3-2, 1 out. And he yanked it for ball 4. First and second for C.J. Dean. You can close the book on Nick Lohman. He went 1 in the third, gave up 1 hit, struck out 2, and hit a batter. Gives way to Chad Treadway here in the 6th. Slider inside, ball 1. C.J. Dean hit a line drive out to right field. Caught on the track by Dalton Pearson in the 2nd, and then popped out to right field. The 2nd at bat, that ball is fouled back. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. First and second for the Bearcats, trailing 2-1 here in the bottom of the 5th, or top of the 6th inning. I am sorry. It was a fastball. It looked like it got him. And it did. It was a 2-seam fastball that rode in on C.J. Dean, and Georgia State is questioning that he didn't get out of the way. We'll see if there's a discussion on that. And that loads the bases full of Bearcats. For Kyle Shupman. Nice to see Kyle Shupman record his first collegiate hit. Coach Kyle Sprague is going to call another offensive timeout, probably to calm Shupman down. Cole Harding on third, Cam Guidry at second, C.J. Dean at first. Kyle Shupman, freshman from Illinois, strolling up to the circle. We got Loudon Brooks on deck. Big drama here in the Peach State. Bearcats trailing 2-1. Kyle Shupman. The pitch. Slider, ball 1. Not even close. The pitch from Treadway upstairs, ball 2, fastball, 2 balls, no strikes. I would think it'd be a take situation till you at least get a strike. Just my guess. Ball 3 upstairs, 3-0. That's why I'm up here. Not down there. That coach's hat on. Don't want that. This will be a timeout. Matt Ruiz called a defensive timeout. He comes in to talk to pitcher Chad Treadway and to calm him down. This might even be a situation late in the game. Take till you get 2 strikes with Treadway not even close on Shutman those 3 pitches. The 3-0. Strike 1. I'd take another one. We're down 2-1 here, top of the 6th in a 7-inning game. Pitch from Treadway upstairs, ball 4. And the Bearcats have tied the game. 2-2. Walk by Kyle Shutman. Move everybody up 90 feet. Go ahead, run. 90 feet away. In the form of Cam Guidry as Loudon Brooks comes up to the plate. Brooks 2 flyouts to right field, 1 to the track in the second. The second flyout with a runner in scoring position was a 3-0 pop out to right. There's a fastball upstairs, ball 1, and that is definitely going to bring Brad Stroman out. And he is going right to the pen. Stromdahl, I apologize, Georgia State fans. Head coach Brad Stromdahl has pointed to the pen. He has seen enough of these balls by Chad Treadway, and he's going to make a pitching change. We'll tell you about that change in 60 seconds. We're back here with Bearcats baseball. Andy Nagel, and we got high drama in the Peach State. 2-2 game, bases loaded. Head coach Brad Stromdahl has gone to the pen and has called upon number 33, Rafael Acosta. Right-handed pitcher, 6'2", 230 pounds, senior from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. So with Acosta, he'll face Loudon Brooks and inherit a 1-0 count. Acosta fastball slider change. He's 92, tops 94. He's going to sit 88, 92, top 94 last year. 80, 86 on a slider with good bite. 84, 87 with a change. Short arm, quick action type guy. Looking at Acosta's numbers last year. Made 11 appearances, 1-2 record, 14.73 ERA in 11 innings. So Acosta comes in a mess. 2-2 game. The bases loaded. Full of Bearcats, and sophomore second baseman Loudon Brooks is strolling to the plate. Brooks 0 for 2 today. Top of the 6th inning, scheduled 7-inning doubleheader. Late in this ball game. Third baseman Michael McGinnis is even with the bag. So is first baseman Luke Boynton. They're looking to come home. Should a ball get hit to them? And Acosta starts off Brooks with a slider, strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike as he inherited a 1-0 count. The 1-1 slider outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Costa sets. Delivers to Brooks. Brooks takes it. Ball 3. Hard biting slider that Brooks laid off. Costa trying to get him to chase. 3 balls, 1 strike. 1 out. Top of 6. 2-2 game. Fastball fouled back. Brooks was on it. Just missed it. It's elevated. 3-2. Carrington Cross on deck for the Bearcats. The 3-2 pitch. Fouled to the third base dugout. Good 2-seam fastball there. Might even been a change, 85 miles an hour changeup that Brooks just got a piece of. We'll do 3-2 again. Acosta to Brooks. Elevated fastball taken, ball 4. And the Bearcats take the lead on back-to-back walks. Bearcats lead 3-2. 3 walks and a hit batter in this inning alone for Panther pitching. And that'll bring up Carrington Cross. Cross 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Slider. Pass third baseman Michael McGinnis. 1 run in. Comes Shupman and he's going to score. And 2 more runs. And the Bearcats increase their lead to 5-2. And let's see how they score that. That was the same type of ball that Kyle Shupman missed, and they gave a double in the 5th. And we'll see how they officially score that. Brooks is at second. Cross is at first. Tommy O'Connor at the plate takes strike 1. They're going to call that an E5. Five to 2 Bearcats here, top of the 6th. O'Connor checks his swing. Take ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. 4 runs for the Bearcats so far here in the 6th. One to O'Connor. 0 for 2 officially with a strikeout and a walk. Foul back. Close the book on Treadway, a third of an inning. 3 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, 1 hit batter, and 4 batters faced. The 1-2 to O'Connor. Pulled right field, base hit. That's going to score Brooks. The Bearcats are up 6-2. An RBI single by Tommy O'Connor. O'Connor yanks it into right field. Carrington Cross moves over to third base on the hit. Bearcats first and third. Still only one out, and that'll bring up Alec Jones, 0 for 2 officially. 2 strikeouts and a walk. We got a ball in play here. Timeout coming from the Georgia State bullpen. We'll reset things. That was the 4th hit for the Bearcats today. O'Connor single into right. Alec Jones fouls it off. Strike 1. The 0-1. Ball outside. During that pitching change, I observed head coach Scott Googins talking to pitching coach J.D. Holman. This has been a long break for Alex Shea, who came in the game for Chase Horst in the 5th. Ball's flied shallow right, foul territory. Pearson giving chase, and Alec Jones gets new life. Interesting to see if the Bearcats go to the pen or if they keep Alex Shea in. Stay tuned. See Shea down in the bullpen, just lightly tossing right now, trying to stay hot. Looks like Alex Shea will go back out to start the 6th. There's a throw over to first. O'Connor back in time. Back end type arm. You got right-handed pitcher and transfer Mitch White. The 1-2 to Jones. Throw over to first. Chases O'Connor back. I would think with a 6-2 lead, if they send Alex Shea out, it'll be a short leash. Didn't have a bad 5th. High fly ball, foul ball. I think he had an unfortunate 5th. The leadoff ground ball by Boynton that they scored just almost identical to Carrington Cross, which they gave an E5 to, but the Boynton one was called a double. Shea did get 2 strikeouts, gave up that run. The 1-2 to Jones. Slider lifted to right field. Should be enough to score Cross. And Alec Jones does the job. Here comes the throw. And Cross is in safe. O'Connor moves up to second on that throw. Sack fly, Alec Jones, and the Bearcats increase their lead to 7-2. Head coach Brad Stromdahl is coming to the plate to talk to home plate umpire John Register. I think there was a little collision between Carrington Cross and catcher Blaine Marchman. The throw took Marchman up the line, but he was in line as Cross was coming across the plate. The Bearcats have batted around as Ryan Nicholson is waiting for this argument to die down. Nicholson led off this 6th inning with a single up the middle. Coach Stromdahl is not happy at all. 2 outs. Tommy O'Connor at second. Bearcats have scored 6 here in the 6th to lead the Panthers 7-2. Ryan Nicholson comes into the plate, 2 for 2, home run, walk, and a single. And takes strike 1 outside. Acosta gets ahead of Nicholson 0-1. Outside, looked like the same pitch. Called ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Nicholson took a healthy cut at that pitch. One ball, 2 strikes. Upstairs and in. Taking ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tommy O'Connor at second. Ryan Nicholson at the plate. And a 7-2 Bearcat lead here in the top of the 6th. Fastball up the middle, and it's going to make it into center. No, it's stopped by Donahoe. O'Connor comes around to score. Bearcats take an 8-2 lead. That ball was going into center field, and Donahoe laid out. Had no chance to get Nicholson, who has his 3rd hit in a row. But had he kept it on that infield, may have prevented O'Connor to score, but he scores nonetheless. The Bearcats continue this inning, sending up Cole Harding. Nicholson off and running. Harding lifts it down to right field, and that ball drops. Nicholson's going to score all the way from first. Harding is digging in and stops at second. An RBI double by Cole Harding. His first hit of the season, and he scores a run. Bearcats increased their lead to 9-2. That was that right-handed hitting slice tailing away from right fielder Dalton Pearson. Just lands inside the foul line, or fair line, I should say. In for a double by Harding. Nicholson off on the pitch, scores all the way around from first. That brings up Cam Guidry, who walked earlier this inning. And now we're going to have a meeting. Coach Brad Stromdahl is heading to the mound. The Bearcats have sent 11 to the plate already. Cam Guidry represents the 12th batter this inning here in the 6th. 9-2. Stromdahl is looking in the pen, and we may have a change. Taking his time, letting his pitchers probably get loose. Once again, Alex Shea is officially in the game, pitching for the Bearcats. This has been a long sit this half inning. And Coach Stromdahl is staying with Acosta and still giving it to home plate umpire John Register. And I think it's about the play that Cross came across to score. It was a little, not even a collision, just a bump in the Blaine Marchman. Can't imagine. Nonetheless, Cam Guidry steps in, who walked earlier this inning and scored. That pitch is down in the dirt, ball 1. That might have been one of those conversations where, hey, man, we're going to have to keep you in here to eat this game up, as there's a 9-inning game following this one, plus tomorrow's series finale that kicks off at 12 high noon tomorrow. 1 ball, no strikes to Guidry. Strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Eight runs here in the top half of the 6th inning by the Bearcats. Fastball up the middle, fielded by Ruiz. Flips over to Boynton, and this inning is finally over. But the Bearcats, bats, wake up! They push 8 across the board to lead 9-2 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. We'll be right back. You're listening to Bearcats Radio on the YouTube channel. Welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia. Andy Nagel here as we head to the home half of the 6th inning. The Bearcats just put up a big snowman on the board, an 8 spot, to take a 9-2 lead. Alex Shea is back on after a long break here in the 6th. He will face scheduled Blaine Marchman, but it looks like we got a change as number 22 is strolling to the plate, and Colin Heineck, a catcher, redshirt freshman from Rockmart, Georgia. So that little bump from Carrington Cross into Blaine Marchman may have injured him a little, or maybe just give him a breather in a 9-2 game, knowing that Marchman may catch the next 9 in game 2. Fouled back, first pitch swinging by Colin Heineck. Alex Shea back to work. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Shea gets ahead 0-2, pitching with a 7-run lead. Nothing better to Coach Googans if Alex Shea can finish this game, save his bullpen for the next 2 games. Doubleheader game 2 today and series finale tomorrow. 0-2 just off the plate. It's at 6 inches out. Try to get the crowd to yell at that. Called a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Foul back. Good AB by Heineck. He's fouled all those fastball offerings off. 1-2. Slider. Like it slipped out of his hand. Counts even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's a fly ball center field. Cole Harding drifts over. Makes the catch for out number 1. That'll bring up second baseman Jesse Donahoe, who the Bearcats have not kept him off the bases yet. He was on base all 5 times in yesterday's game and has been on base twice today with a walk and a fielder's choice. 3 for 3 yesterday with 2 walks. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Let's see if the Bearcats can finally retire Mr. Donahoe. Fastball in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Up and in. The two-seam runner. McDonough swings through. Shea ahead, 1-2. There's right down Broadway. Fastball frozen. Strike 3. And the Bearcats finally retire Jesse Donahoe. A strikeout look at Alex Shea's third. In an inning and 2/3. That'll bring up Dalton Pearson. Pearson 0 for 1 officially with a walk. Fastball lifted to left. Carrington cross, and it got him. Cross's first 2 steps were in, and it's over his head. And he throws it to Guidry, relay to Shupman, and it's going to be a 2-out triple by Dalton Pearson. He did not break stride. He was thinking 3 all the way. 2 steps in by Cross, got over his head, and Pearson flying around those bases with a 2-out triple. One of those balls as an outfielder right at you. Those are easy to misread. So 2 outs for Shea. And Cameron Jones, leadoff hitter, comes to the plate. Jones tripled in the first, which seems like an eon ago after that long 6th inning by the Bearcats. Officially 1 for 3. Triple and a run scored. There's a ground ball to Guidry, and it eats him up. Cam Jones scores Dalton Pearson. That has to be an error. I mean, it was right at Guidry. And they give it an E6. For once, I'm on the same page with the Panthers scoring. 2 outs, 9-3 Bearcat lead, and that'll bring up Luke Boynton. Boynton hit that double in the 5th and scored. 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a hit by pitch in the 3rd. Good matchup here with Shea and Boynton. Up the middle, Guidry off his arm again. Cam Jones will go to 3rd. Now Guidry had to take 2 or 3 steps to his left on that. Up the middle, wasn't hit particularly hard, but ate him up. We'll see how they score that one. That's one of those tweeners. Gotta review that a couple times. Cam Jones goes to 3rd. Pitching coach J.D. Howman goes to the mound. Gives Georgia State a little time to think about that ball. Boynton hit. Standing on first. Delay like this may try to sneak in that hit. Matt Ruiz awaits. The mound meeting breaks up. Alex Shea stays in the game. Coach Howman jogs back to the dugout. Ryan Nicholson's still talking to Shea. He's going to have to break that up or they're going to charge him a reset. 2 outs, 1st and 3rd, 9-3 Bearcats. Georgia State threatening. They do call that a hit for Boynton. His 2nd of the game, double and a single. The slider in for strike 1. Backdoor variety. Throw over to first. In the dirt. Nicholson smothers it. Flips it back to Shea. The 0-1. Fastball yanked down the left field line, and that's fair. That's going to score 1. That's going to score. He's waving him around. Here comes Boynton to throw to the plate. Got him! Wow, what a play. Score 1 run and Cam Jones. Ruiz gets a single, maybe a double. We'll see how I think he was past second by the time the play was made. We got an argument with head coach Brad Stromdahl. He's out quietly discussing right now. That was great relay. Cut down Luke Boynton. Georgia State is taking the field. Coach Stromdahl will keep it right here. Is still discussing the play with home plate umpire John Register. We got a new pitcher that is entering the game. Number 41, Jack Beaver, left-handed freshman from Gainesville, Georgia. And that's going to be scored a 7-6-2 putout. Carrington Cross to Cam Guidry. It was down the left field line, send a double cut tandem out. Guidry makes the catch, fires it to Alec Jones, who applied the tag on Luke Boynton. And they are giving a double to Ruiz, which I thought he was past second base, so that is the right call there. An eventful sixth. Bearcats score 8, Panthers score 2. We're 9-4 going into the top of the 7th, and this is the final inning of a doubleheader. Scheduled 7 innings for this first game. With a 9-inning game following this one. Number 41, as I mentioned, Jake Beaver, a left-handed pitcher, 5'10", 165 freshman from Gainesville, Georgia, enters the game. And Beaver will face C.J. Dean, Kyle Shutman, and Loudon Brooks. We head to the last inning. Game 1. Close the book on Rafael Acosta. 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 4 runs, 1 earned, 1 walk, 7 batters faced. First pitch by Beaver. Fastball down to C.J. Dean for ball 1. Strike 1. That's a decent answer by Georgia State. Bearcats put 8 up on the board to take a big lead, 9-2, and Georgia State answers with at least 2. Swing and a miss by Dean to give them just a little bit of life in that third base dugout. Let's see if they run the fly ball right field foul in the Bearcats bullpen. To see if they run Alex Shea back up. I'm going to guess they probably will go with Mitch White. Not positive. May stay with Shea. Give him a 1 batter on base leash. He was swinging a drive to right center. That ball's carrying and slices back to Dalton Pearson. Catches it at the track for out number 1. That's a second ball. And C.J. Dean is hit deep to right. So 1 out. That'll bring up Kyle Shutman. Shutman had a walk, RBI in the 6th. It's hit by a pitch in the 4th and struck out in the 2nd. And that hit Shutman again. Hit him in the foot. Second time he's been hit today. Goes with his 1 walk yesterday. Another walk today. Shutman's getting on base, but still chasing that first collegiate hit. bring up Loudon Brooks. Brooks 0 for 2 officially with a walk. One out, one on. Top of 7. Fastball. Right field. Dalton Pearson getting a lot of work today. Out number 2. That's Pearson's 7th putout today. And that'll bring up Carrington Cross. Cross officially 0 for 4. Reached on in the 6th on an E5 scoring. Slider strike 1. So Carrington Cross still looking for his first hit of the 2023 season. That ball goes to the screen, and that's going to move up Kyle Shupman on the wild pitch. One ball, one strike. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Shupman dancing at second. There's a slider lifted high into left field. Max Ryerson catches it in foul ground for the 3rd out. We head to the last half of game 1. Bearcats lead 9 to 4. We'll be back right after this brief pause in action. Welcome back to Bearcats Baseball. I'm Andy Nagel. We head to the last half of the 7th of the game. Alex Shea runs back out there. Coach Scott Googins looking for Shea to close this one out. Bearcats lead 9 to 4. Bottom of the 7th. There's some defensive substitutions. Junior Josh Hageman will go to center field. He'll go into C.J. Dean's spot. And you'll move Cole Harding to right, Hageman to center for a defensive switch. Everybody else stays the same. Carrington Cross in left, Hageman in center, Cole Harding in right. We're still good across the infield, and Shupman, Guidry, Brooks, and Nicholson. Alex Shea remains in the game, and Alec Jones behind the plate. Shea will face Max Ryerson, Michael McGinnis, and Cam Douglas. Ryerson 0 for 3 today. Bearcats have done a decent job today on Max Ryerson after the preseason All-American went 2 for 3 yesterday with a home run and 3 RBIs. So Alex Shea caught on to close it out. First pitch outside, ball 1 to Ryerson. No action in the Bearcats bullpen yet. Fastball outside, ball 2. Two out. Ball 3. That'll get some stirring in that Bearcats bullpen. 3 straight balls by Alex Shea. And he walks Ryerson on 4 straight to lead off the 7th with a 5-run lead. That'll bring up redshirt freshman Michael McGinnis, 0 for 2 officially with a walk, 2 strikeouts. Walked his last at bat, stole second. And we may have a pinch runner. Brad Stromdahl calls time, and we do. Number 31 enters the game for Ryerson. That will be David Bell, listed as a catcher, 5'11", 200-pound freshman from Evans, Georgia. Not to be confused with the Red skipper, Cincinnati Red skipper David Bell. Wish the Reds all the best in 2023. There's a pick over to first by Shea. There's 5 straight. Ball 1 to Michael McGinnis. And I don't think Georgia State is looking to swing anytime soon. So Alex Shea can prove he can be in and around the zone. Ball 6. 2-0 to McGinnis. And here comes Ryan Nicholson in from first base to talk to Shea. It'll be a charged defensive timeout. Good job by Ryan Nicholson. 2-0 to McGinnis. And that ball's upstairs. Ball 3, 7 straight by Alex Shea. 9 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Cats. 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Panthers. And there's ball 4. 8 straight by Alex Shea to start the 7th. And that'll bring up a pinch hitter, number 10, Dylan Strickland, infielder, redshirt sophomore from Loganville, Georgia. And that'll bring out pitching coach J.D. Heilman. Nobody out, first and second. Dylan Strickland on the pinch hit here. Strickland, redshirt sophomore, Loganville, Georgia, transferred by the way of Georgia Tech. Last year appeared in 23 games for the Panthers, hit .305. 8 RBIs, 1 home run. Came in a pinch ran last night. 3 for 3 in stolen bases. So 8 straight balls by Alex Shea to start this home half of the 7th inning, which is our last inning in game 1. And it's 9-4 Bearcats with Dylan Strickland at the bat. And he swings at the first pitch he sees after 8 straight. That's a head scratcher as a coach. It was a slider in the dirt that Strickland missed. Maybe that'll get Alex Shea on track. Sometimes that's all it takes is get that first strike in there. 0-1. Slider. Good pitch, called low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball is lifted to left, cross back to the track, makes the catch, out number one, runners hold. Bearcats get the first out on a fly out to left fielder, Carrington Cross. And that'll bring up Colin Heineck, who came in for Blaine Marchman in the sixth. Flew out to center field, Cole Harding. This is his second at-bat today. Right-handed hitter. First pitch swinging. Does Ryan Nicholson have room? He does, and makes the catch. Out of my view. Great play up against the fence by Ryan Nicholson. I was just watching to see if that ball was going to cross the fence or not. That's about all I could see over that first base dugout. So after 8 straight balls and back-to-back walks, Shea settles down, gets a fly out to left and a fly out foul for Nicholson. And we got a pinch hitter, Jaden Anderson, for Jesse Donahoe. Right-handed hitter. First pitch, ball one. Saw Anderson last night. Came in and pinch hit 0 for 1. Ball 2 down. Jaden Anderson is listed as an outfielder, 5'9", 208 freshman from Duluth, Georgia. 2 balls, no strikes. Fastball on the outer half, strike 1. 2-1. Two one from Shea. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs to number 22. Deuces wild across the board. Bearcats looking for their first victory in the 2023 season. Lead 9-4 here at Georgia State. The 2-2 from Shea. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Alex Shea punches out Jaden Anderson, and the Bearcats win Game 2 of this series and Game 1 of the 2023 season to even up their record at 1-1. 9 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Bearcats. 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Panthers. We're going to start Game 2 in approximately 30 minutes. That'll be a 9-inning game. Keep it, stay tuned right here. Alex Shea gets the first win of the year for the Bearcats. He finishes with 3 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts to collect the win. And we'll be back on the air in about 30 minutes. About 4:15-ish on Bearcats Baseball Radio on the YouTube channel. Bearcats win 9-4. Stay tuned. Game 3 of this series coming up shortly. Welcome back, Bearcats baseball fans. I'm Andy Nagel, the Director of Baseball Operations at the University of Cincinnati. We welcome you in for game number 2, game 3 of the series, game 2 of Saturday afternoon baseball. Second game of a doubleheader between the Georgia State Panthers and your Cincinnati Bearcats. 9-inning affair for this game. As we get the live tracker up, I will give you the starting lineup first for the visiting Bearcats. Batting first, the left fielder, number 2, Carrington Cross. Batting second, the designated hitter, number 44, Tommy O'Connor. The right fielder, number 30, C.J. Dean, bats third. Ryan Nicholson, the first baseman, will bat cleanup. Batting fifth, number 10, the center fielder, Cole Harding. Batting sixth, number 28, third baseman, Griffin Hughes. Batting seventh, number 9, the shortstop, Cam Guidry. Batting eighth, number 15, the catcher, Corey Klingenbeck. And batting ninth, the second baseman, number 8, Loudon Brooks. Once again, that's Cross, O'Connor, Dean, Nicholson, Harding, Hughes, Guidry, Klingenbeck, and Brooks. Doing the pitching for the Cincinnati Bearcats, grad senior, number 32, right-hander, Dylan Broski. And now for your home Georgia State Panthers, leading off number 1, Cameron Jones, the center fielder. Batting second, the first baseman, number 3, Luke Boynton. Batting third, the shortstop, number 21, Matt Ruiz. Batting cleanup, number 23, the left fielder, Max Ryerson. Batting fifth, number 24, the redshirt freshman, third baseman, Michael McGinnis. Batting sixth, number 42, the right fielder, JoJo Jackson. Batting seventh, number 28, the designated hitter, Brennan Hudson. Batting eighth, the number 5, the second baseman, Jesse Donahoe. And batting ninth, number 13, Kyle Hilton, the catcher. And pitching for the Panthers, number 7, right-hander, senior Joseph Brannon. We are about ready to start. Always love game 2s of doubleheaders. You feel so rushed. We're going to crank this bad boy up. And Carrington Cross will lead off. If you are just joining us, the Bearcats took game 1, 9-4 today. Cross takes ball 1 from Joseph Brannon, ball 2. Joseph Brannon, right-handed pitcher, 6'1", 190-pound senior from Loganville, Georgia. Cross squares the bunt, takes strike 1. Brandon's a fastball slider chain. You're going to see 89 to 93. There's a fastball fisted foul by Cross. And he's another one of these pitchers from pitching coach Chad Bell has taught to pitch up in the zone to try to get that swing and miss. There's a slider outside, taken for a ball. Full count on leadoff hitter Carrington Cross. Brandon starts from the stretch, does a little rocker step. There's a base hit up the middle. And Carrington Cross leads off this game with a single. And that's Cross's first hit of the 2023 season. That's a good sign for Bearcat fans. Got to bring up the designated hitter, Tommy O'Connor. O'Connor also in game 1 collected his first collegiate hit as a Bearcat. He takes a slider for strike 1. O'Connor RBI single in that long 6th inning that saw the Bearcats score 8 runs to take a commanding lead and ultimately win game 1, 9-4. O'Connor swings and misses, 2-seam sinker fastball. Strike 2. Bearcats wearing red tops, gray pants. Swing and a miss, fastball, strike 3, elevated. climbed the ladder on Tommy O'Connor, and Joe Brandon gets his first strikeout of this game.
Right fielder, C.J. Dean.
That'll bring up right fielder C.J. Dean, redshirt freshman, who started game 1 this afternoon. Was officially 0 for 3 with a hit by pitch, run scored. He takes the ball outside. Thank you for joining us. Still a beautiful day in Georgia. Still not a cloud in the sky. Sun is up. Ball upstairs, ball 2. Temperatures have climbed up to 57 degrees at game time. Game 2, wind is slight. Nudging out to right field ever so gently as I'm looking at Old Glory in left center. There's a strike to C.J. Dean. 2 balls, 1 strike. Georgia State is wearing their home white pinstripe uniforms. Cross had a huge jump and shut it down. Fouled off by C.J. Dean. Even to count 2 balls, 2 strikes. 4-game series between these 2 teams. Wrap up tomorrow with a 12 noon start. Series currently even at 1 game apiece. 12-2 victory by the Panthers yesterday, and a 9-4 game 1 victory by the Bearcats today. Swing and a miss on an elevated slider. Gets C.J. Dean swinging for the 2nd strikeout in a row. That'll bring up first baseman Ryan Nicholson. Redshirt junior, 4th year Bearcat. 3 for 3 game 1 with a walk. Launched his first home run of the season to lead off the 4th. An absolute no-doubter in right field. Followed up with a couple pair of singles. 2 runs scored. Good day for Ryan Nicholson, who made his 100th start as a Bearcat in game 1. Crosses off. The throw down to second. Got him. What a great throw by Kyle Hilton from the knees to end the inning. Well, that a 2-6 put out. We head to the bottom of the 1st. Georgia State coming to the plate. Welcome back to Bearcats Baseball. I'm Andy Nagel. Let's set that defensive lineup for the Bearcats. Left field, Carrington Cross, Cole Harding in center, C.J. Dean in right. Freshman Griffin Hughes makes his first start in the field at third base. Cam Gregory at short, Loudon Brooks at second, Ryan Nicholson at first. Corey Klingenbeck makes his first start as Bearcats catcher behind the plate. And pitching grad senior Dylan Broski. Broski, a right-handed pitcher, 6'1", 215 pounds. Played his 4-year career at California University of Pennsylvania. From East Millsboro, Pennsylvania. Fastball, change, slider, curveball. Best and out pitch is his slider. This is a guy that works quick. I'll be lucky to get in a couple words while he is pitching, because he is a infielder, outfielder dream if you're playing behind him, because he is quick, he's efficient, he gets the ball, he goes. and he pounds the zone. He's in and around the zone. I know Georgia State has historically been an aggressive, swinging team early and often into the count. So this game could be like we're double parked. We'll see. Probably just gave it the kiss of death. We'll go 6 hours and play 20 innings. You watch, Molly. First pitch to Cameron Jones is ball upstairs, ball 1. Broski ready and delivers pitch number 2 upstairs, ball 2. Broski will face Jones, Boynton, and Ruiz. No change in the top 3 for the Panthers. Ryerson number 4, McGinnis 5. The top 5 Panthers all the same as the first 2 games. 3 balls, 1 strike to leadoff hitter Cameron Jones. And there's ball 4. Cam Jones leads off with a walk. Led off game 1 with a triple. Came to score in on a Matt Ruiz sac fly. And that'll bring up Luke Boynton. This guy's had a series so far. Take strike 1. Nice slider, strike 2. Broski ahead in the count 0-2. Slider just outside. Your umpires in game 2 today, John Walrath behind home plate, John Register at third, and Darian Padgett at first. 1-2 from Broski. Fastball fouled off. Little 2-seam runner in. Broski gets the sign from Klingenbeck. Cam Jones is off and running, a little hit and run action, run and hit on the 1-2 count. He'll come back as it's fouled back. One, two. Fouled back again. Luke Boynton spoiled a really good slider there. Broski, a strike thrower. He'll eat up some innings today in this second game of this doubleheader. Throws over to first. Chases Cameron Jones back. Throws again. Ground ball. Guidry. Brooks. Nicholson. 6, 4, 3. Nice job by Dylan Broski to get Luke Boynton to ground out into a double play. So erase the walk. That'll bring up Matt Ruiz. Good job by Broski. Ruiz 1 for 3 earlier today with 2 RBIs. Takes the ball outside. Called strike. On the swing. Matt Ruiz, transfer from the University of South Florida. Flares it out to foul ground. Ryan Nicholson gives chase, makes the catch for out number 3. So after leadoff walk and a double play, Roski is clean through 1. We'll be right back. We head to the top of the second inning here in Atlanta. A little bit more on Joseph Brandon, number 7, the right-handed pitcher. As we get some more time here in between innings. Said it was a rush to get going. Waiting on lineups for both teams. Brandon made 12 appearances last year, started 2 games for the Panthers, was 2-0, 3.32 ERA, and 19 innings pitched, 14 hits, 8 runs, 20 strikeouts. Catcher Kyle Hilton in today, second game. That's been occupied for the first 2 games by Blaine Marchman. He left game 1 this afternoon for a little collision with Carrington Cross. I don't know if that knocked him out physically, but typically in doubleheaders you put some new faces in there, just as the Bearcats have. Ryan Nicholson goes back to the plate. He was up at bat when Kyle Hilton threw an absolute dart to second to erase Carrington Cross trying to steal. And Hilton threw that one from his knees, and it was an absolute stream of milk all the way to second base. Slider, ball 2, 2 balls, 1 strike. Kyle Hilton is a 5'10", 200-pound junior from Savannah, Georgia. Behind the dish. There's a swing and a miss. Elevated fastball, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Slider, foul tip in the glove of Hilton for strikeout number 3 for Joseph Brandon. That's 3 strikeouts in a row after giving up a leadoff single to Carrington Cross. He goes strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. Now bring up number 10, the center fielder Cole Harding. Harding 1 for 4 in today's earlier game. Looked better at the plate. Foul back. Harding had that double down the right field line in that 8-run 6th inning. Behind in the count 0-2. There's a slider upstairs, ball 1. Fastball upstairs, ball 2, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ground ball, third baseman, McGinnis. Over to Boynton for out number 2. That brings up freshman third baseman Griffin Hughes, two-way guy for the Bearcats. We saw Hughes yesterday on the mound in a high-leverage situation. Came in and was greeted rudely. First pitch home run. Griffin makes his First collegiate start in the field at third base. This is a guy that can play any position, left-handed bat. I've seen him play in the middle, third. I've seen him play outfield. And like I said yesterday, would be surprised if he could strap on the gear behind the plate and do that successfully as well. Good pitch inside fastball. Hughes takes it 0-2. Just remember that name. Wasn't too successful yesterday, but this is a guy that's going to make a difference for the Bearcats. Griffin Hughes hails from Wellington, Florida. Fouled back. His line yesterday. A third of an inning, 2 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk. And I know that'll motivate Griffin Hughes with his next outing for sure. Guy's a fierce competitor. That ball's ripped into right field. Base hit. Griffin Hughes collects his first collegiate hit in his first at bat. A base hit in the right field. I apologize. I said left. Losing it up here, folks. Griffin Hughes, first base. 2 out. Single to right. I'll bring up Cam Guidry. Guidry had a big double in the 4th in game 1, his first hit of the year. Hughes has plus speed as well. He stays put. Guidry takes a ball up high, ball 1. I could see Coach Kyle Sprague trying to maybe force this issue, get Hughes to second, try to get that run, but after Kyle Hilton erased Carrington Cross, maybe be thinking otherwise. Guidry, the native son, returning to Georgia from Snellville, Georgia. Came to the Bearcats last year, transferred from the University of Georgia. Takes strike 1, 1 ball, 1 strike on a good slider by Joseph Brandon. One is pulled left field to the track. Ryerson camps and makes the catch. Had me fooled off the bat. It's a lazy fly out. Head to the bottom of the 2nd. No score. Head to the bottom of the 2nd here in Atlanta, Georgia. Dylan Broski on the mound for the Bearcats. He will face 4-5-6 in Max Ryerson, Michael McGinnis, and JoJo Jackson. Max Ryerson strolls to the plate. Preseason All-American honors. This guy had a great 22 season, 335 in 57 games with 22 jimmies, 62 RBIs. He takes ball outside, 17 doubles, 75 hits. And Max Ryerson takes ball 2. And in talking to pitching coach J.D. Hellman before the series start, He was more concerned with the table setter and Cameron Jones, the leadoff hitter. He liked Ryerson and Boynton, but Jones was the big one. Broski, after falling behind 2-0, evens the count at twos, pumping in 2 fastballs in for strikes. 2-2 to Ryerson. Ground ball. Broski fields his position, flips over to Nicholson for out number 1. Good job by Dylan Broski. And that'll bring up redshirt freshman Michael McGinnis. Homered in game 1. First game today in a doubleheader, 0 for 2 with a couple walks. The transfer from Samford University, where he went there on a football scholarship. Transfers to Georgia State to play baseball. Swings and misses, strike 1. Broski quick to the plate. And that ball is called outside by John Walrath, and actually signals it outside to let everybody know because it was close. Another one outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. This battery between Broski and Klingenbeck, they don't mess around. Fastball inside, strike 2. 2-2. Corey Klingenbeck getting his first start. Transfer from Walter State Community College, junior college. There's a check swing, and first base umpire Darian Padgett said yes he did. Dylan Broski's first strikeout of the game. Corey Klingenbeck, a local product from Cincinnati Elder High School. That'll bring up JoJo Jackson. We saw Jackson enter game 1 yesterday. He takes strike 1 in right field, was 1 for 1 with a walk, 2 RBIs. He had a 2-run home run that he hit off the scoreboard on a off-speed pitch, got it up in the wind. I think that one was wind-aided. Panthers hit 4 on Friday. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jackson. Swing and a miss on a slider. Good pitch by Broski. 1-2. Slider down. 2-2. Outside. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Game 2 of a doubleheader. He checks his swing. He did not go. So third base umpire John registered. So that'll be a walk to JoJo Jackson. Broski's 2nd walk of the day. And that'll bring up Brennan Hudson. Hudson, listed as a first base catcher, actually designated hitter in today's game. Left-handed bat, takes strike 1, 6 foot, 205-pound freshman from Cumming, Georgia. Inside, ball 1, 1 ball, 1 strike. We saw Hudson pinch hit in that 12-2 win yesterday for the Panthers. Had a strikeout. Foul back, 1 ball, 2 strikes. One-two throw over to first, not in time. Chases Jackson back to the bag. And Another throw over. Quick pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Roski's second strikeout of the inning ends the inning. We played two, no score. Welcome back to Bearcats Baseball on the YouTube audio stream. The University of Cincinnati Athletic YouTube channel. Thank you for joining me. I'm Andy Nagel, Director of Baseball Operations at UC. 0-0 tie. We head to the third. Joseph Brandon back out the pitch for the Panthers. He'll face Corey Klingenbeck, Loudon Brooks, and then the top of the order in Carrington Cross. Corey Klingenbeck, switch hitting catcher. Redshirt sophomore. Walter State Community College, Elder High School in Cincinnati. So watching him over this past year, this is his really, really good side of the plate. Left-handed bat, has some pop, had 14 home runs last year at Walter State. And that is a high-level community college baseball program in Walter State. I think I read somewhere that they have 22 players. There's a foul back on their roster this year that are committed D1, or maybe it's 22 players playing D1 this year from last year's roster. And Corey Klingenbeck is one of those guys. Good clubhouse dude. Always has a smile on his face. That wind just pushing out the right. He gets one up in the air and it'll go. He's ahead in the count 2-1. Outside, ball 3. Klingenbeck's also played some outfield for the Bearcats here in the spring practice season, just to try to get his bat in the lineup, trying to figure that out. And he draws a walk. The leadoff hitter on. Now to bring up Loudon Brooks.
Center baseman, Loudon Brooks.
Another local Cincinnati product in Loudon Brooks from McNick High School over on the east side of town. He transfers back to Cincinnati from Texas Tech. He squares the bunt, takes strike 1. McGinnis in on the grass at third. Expecting sack here early in the third inning. Brooks does not square on this pitch, takes a slider up high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brooks' father, Mark, a UC baseball alum, pitched for the Bearcats. Fastball up high, ball 2. This will be special for fathers like Mark Brooks and Shannon Murphy, who's also made the trip down here. His 2 sons, Cole Murphy and Jackson Murphy, current Bearcat. Shannon was a pitcher for the Bearcats as well. University of Cincinnati baseball alum. There's a curveball foul back. Had quite a few alums down here these past 2 days. Jace Mercer's in the crowd yesterday and today. Got to see his lovely mother. And Jeremy Johnson, old JJ, was at the game yesterday. It's taken just off the outside corner. Ball 3-2. John Fussner's made the trip. Saw him down here. Baseball alum. Great Bearcat showing for these first 2 games in Atlanta. It's great to see. That ball's driven to left center. That's going to find a hole. Brooks travels into second base for a double. Swinging back to third. It was elevated, and Loudon Brooks put a big barrel on it and pulled it just to the right of center fielder Cam Jones in that left center area. And Brooks was thinking double out of the box, makes it to second. Swinging back to third, and the Bearcats are in business here in the 3rd inning. Second and third for leadoff hitter Carrington Cross, who singled to lead off the game up the middle. The corners are in. McGinnis and Boynton at first. Pitch from Joseph Brandon. Slider. Pulled to Ruiz at short. He goes to Boynton at first, and that's going to score a run. Well, that is 6-3. Run batted in for Cross. Brooks had to stay at second as that ball was hit in front of him. Bearcats take a 1-0 lead here in the 3rd, and that'll bring up Tommy O'Connor, left-handed DH. Struck out swinging in the 1st. Recorded his first collegiate hit in game 1 today. RBI single. Swing and a miss on a change by Joseph Brandon. Good pitch. The big boy out in front. 3 hits for the Bearcats so far. A single by Cross, single by Hugueth, and a double by Brooks in this inning. Just outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Big presence in the box from Tommy O'Connor. 2-way guy, left-handed pitcher as well. Down low, 2 balls, 1 strike. O'Connor listed at 6'3", 225. Hails from Martinsville, Indiana. Made a few appearances for the Bearcats on the mound last year as a freshman. Did not get in or an at-bat as a position player, but had a really good summer league, was a home run derby champion. And it's a different noise when that ball comes off his bat. The loud pop. He's ahead in the count 3-1 is O'Connor. Swing and a miss. Just out in front on that front shoulder. Full count, 1 out. Runner at second, 1 run in for the Bearcats. Elevated fastball, foul tipped in the glove, and O'Connor goes down swinging. His 2nd strikeout of the game, and Joseph Brandon's 4th. And that'll bring up C.J. Dean, who struck out in the 1st as well.
Right fielder, C.J. Dean.
Panthers playing straight away in the outfield. The slider. up high, ball one. Another slider yanked to third. Off third baseman McGinnis. Brooks has to stay at third. It's a diving attempt by McGinnis. And it ricocheted off his glove, but didn't kick far enough away for Brooks to continue home. And that's ruled a base hit by C.J. Dean. And the Bearcats have runners on the corner, first and third, with 2 outs here in the third. That brings up Ryan Nicholson. Nicholson struck out to lead off the second on some elevated fastball swing throughs, which is what these Panthers have been doing to the Bearcats for the last 2 days, trying to establish inside. There's a slider for a strike. Now their MO is come inside, get him off the plate, elevate high, swing through, and it's worked so far for the Panthers. Except for that one bad inning last game where the Bearcats scored 8. A lot of that was walks and hit batters. A lot of free bases in that 8th inning, or that 6th inning, 8-run 6th inning for the Bearcats. Game 1, today's doubleheader. 1 ball, 1 strike to Nicholson. I checked his swing. He went around. Tied him up inside. Good pitch by Joseph Brandon. We'll see if he tries the elevating fastball here. C.J. Dean makes an early break, and they just give him second. Bearcats trying to do something to catch him off guard. See if they rule that runner indifference, fielder's indifference. This slider outside. Two, 2 outs. Stolen base by C.J. Dean because they were holding him on first, so that makes sense. High fly ball starting out foul, and it will make it out of play. Nicholson another chance. That was a slider back foot. Had Nicholson out in front. And he got enough of to get it out of the yard and have another chance. 2-2. We'll do it again. 2-2-2. Shadows creeping in from the first base side. Slider, strike 3. And that ends the threat, but the Bearcats get on the board and lead the Panthers 1-0, heading to the bottom of the third. Head to the bottom of the third. Little Bon Jovi rocking in the background. It's my life. Bill Dombrowski heads back out to the mound. He'll face 8, 9, and 1. Jesse Donahoe, Kyle Hilton, and then the top of the order. Corey Klingenbeck takes it down to second. We're about ready to go. And Jesse Donahoe, this guy has been a thorn in the Bearcats' side. They finally retired him. Finally kept him off the base in today's first game, but he reached safely 5 times in game 1, 3 for 3 with 2 walks. In game 1 of today's doubleheader, he walked fielder's choice, and they finally struck him out in the 6th. Left-handed batter. Takes strike 1 from Broski, and away we go. Bottom of 3. 1-0 Bearcats. Thanks for joining us. I'm Andy Nagel, Director of Baseball Operations at UC. Fastball inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. One of our, let's say, 10 audio broadcasts scheduled for this year, 2023. There's a ground ball to Guidry. Fields it over to Nicholson, out number 1. Big out, retired by Dylan Broski and Jesse Donahoe. 1 out. Bring up Kyle Hilton. Hilton making his first appearance last year. Started 33 of 43 games, hit 223. Pitch by Broski, slider taken down, ball 1. Nope, we got a timeout. Third base umpire John Register calls time, and they threw him the ball like Broski was doing something on the ball. Could have came from third base coach or their dugout. Ball is thrown back to Broski. He's fine. Everything's good. Let's go back to work. 1 ball, no strikes to Kyle Hilton. Ball's inside. 2 balls, no strikes. I don't really see anything that he's doing, whether he's going to his hat, pants. Ball 3, unless it was one of those breaking his rhythm, getting in his head. A little gamesmanship, possibly by the Panthers. As Broski just walks Hilton, and kind of, he took a little umbrage to that, and he'll settle back down here as he faces the top of the order and Cameron Jones, who walked in the 1st. Dylan Broski is a guy that he gets the ball, goes right to it. Ball's in his hand, one from the stretch. Slider outside, ball 1. Inside, ball 2. So if that was a planned distraction by the Panthers, it has worked so far. A walk by Hilton. 2 balls here to Cam Jones. He squares the bunt, takes a strike, slider. 2-1. Slider, strike 2. Good pitch by Broski. Cam Jones turns around, has a conversation with Walrath. Wanted to see if that was low, how low he's going to go. 2-2. Slider again. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That was out of the zone. Cam Jones turns around just to check with the umpire and says, hey, that was a ball, right? Yeah, he not swung at it, obviously. 2 outs. Big strikeout by Dylan Broski, his 3rd of the game. Now bring up Luke Boynton. Broski got to ground into a 6-4-3 double play in the 1st. He takes ball 1. This Boynton has been very patient at the plate and has had 2 good games so far. He's been hit about 3 times in 2 games. The 1-0 slider fouled off. Coming into game 3 here, Boynton is batting .667, 4 for 6 with 4 runs, a home run, and 1 RBI through the first 2 games. There's a tapper. Hughes cuts across Guidry, throws over to Nicholson, who holds onto the bag for out number 3. Nice play by the freshman Griffin Hughes to end the 3rd inning. Bearcats lead 1-0. We played 3 out of 9 innings here in Game 2. Game 3 of the series, tied at 1. 12-2 win by the Panthers yesterday, and a 9-4 victory in Game 1 of today's doubleheader, Game 2 of this series. And Joseph Brandon will be back out to face Cole Harding, Griffin Hughes, and Cam Guidry. Final game of this 4-game series wraps up tomorrow here at the Georgia State Baseball Complex in Decatur, Georgia, just east of Atlanta. 12 o'clock, first pitch. Join me live at 11:50 a.m. for all the action. Cole Harding leads off the 4th. 0 for 1, grounded out the 3rd, squares the bunt, takes it for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Bearcats will return to Cincinnati after tomorrow's game. Have an off day on Monday. Practice Tuesday, Wednesday, and then fly to Gainesville on Thursday for a 3-game series at the University of Florida. 2 balls, 1 strike. Friday night game, 6:30, Saturday, 4 p.m., and Sunday, 12 p.m. 2-1 to Harding. Slider fouled back. 2-2. And the Bearcats will return for their home opener March 1st against the Miami Redhawks. 5:02 start. Catch it live video if you can't make it. ESPN Plus. Tied Harding up. Check swing. Yes, he went around for a strikeout called by John Walrath. But the home opener last year, the Ohio State home opener with the Bearcats midweek game drew over 2,000 fans. Get your tickets today. It's one of the best tickets in town. $50 for 25 home games. Do the math. Best ticket in town. Griffin Hughes takes ball 1. Fouls off. Pitch 2 to even the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hughes singled his first at bat. First pitch. Singled into right. In the 2nd inning. Collect his first collegiate hit. One of many, I'm sure. There's strike 2. Bearcats will stay home after that and play a weekend 4-game series against the University of North Alabama Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The doubleheader coming next on Saturday, foul back, March 4th. Friday at 5. Saturday's doubleheader starts at 12. Sunday's final game of that 4-game series is 12 as well. Those games, like I said, will be aired on ESPN Plus There's a slider, strike 3, swinging. Good pitch by Joseph Brandon. And my partner, my play-by-play guy, Anthony Mazzini, back in the main seat. We'll provide color analysis with him for those home games on ESPN+. Can't wait to join you on the TV. 2 outs for Cam Guidry. Slider taking ball 1. Hughes, that was the 7th strikeout for Joseph Brandon. Slider, strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ooh. Another slider taken by Guidry, called strike 2. Looked inside. Crowd might have picked up that. You know the feeling. I didn't say it. Slider pulled foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 4th inning, 1-0 Bearcats. Bearcats have 4 hits so far here in game 3 of this series. Slider dirt, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2. That ball's driven to right center, and it's going to drop. Guidry takes a big turn. He's going for second, and he is safe. Ahead of the throw, and tagged by Matt Ruiz. Second double of the day by Cam Guidry. He had one in game 1. That ball didn't make it to the wall. It actually landed to the left of center fielder Cameron Jones, and Cam Guidry did not break stride. He was thinking double all the way, and he gets it. 2-out double, 5th hit for the Bearcats. Bring up Corey Klingenbeck, and we have a mound visit. It's going to be pitching coach Chad Bell. Klingenbeck walked in the 3rd. Came around to score on a ground out by Carrington Cross for the game's only run so far. One thing this Bearcat offense likes to preach with Coach Kyle Sprague and Coach Lee Sponseller is they want to be aggressive on the bases. They want to force that pressure on the defense. Make them make that perfect throw. Make them have perfect cuts. Make them feel that internal clock ticking faster and faster. Try to get them to do mistakes, and they're thinking doubles out of the box, and that's the way to play the game aggressively. Corey Klingenbeck steps in the box from the left side, and he'll face Joseph Brandon for the 2nd time today. 2 outs. Slider in, strike 1. Slider swung on and missed, strike 2. Oh, 2 on Klingenbeck. Looking for his knock in a Bearcat uniform. Slider in the dirt. Good block by Kyle Hilton. Keeps Guidry at second base. One ball, 2 strikes. Slider slapped over to left field side. Past Ruiz. Cam Guidry's going to score. Corey Klingenbeck's going into second with a double. And the Bearcats take a 2-0 lead on the double by Corey Klingenbeck. First knock in a Bearcat jersey for number 15, Klingenbeck, is a double RBI. The Bearcats take a 2-0 lead on the 6th hit of the day for the Cats. It's good to see Corey Klingenbeck going the opposite way from that left-handed side. He's such a pull hitter. And it was a slider out over the plate, and he just slapped it past a diving Matt Ruiz into left field. Got the job done. Good job, Corey Klingenbeck. Brings up Loudon Brooks. Brooks takes a slider up high, ball one. Brooks doubled in the third. That was another hustle double out of the box. Ball that did not get past the outfielders, just turn and burn. Ground ball, Ruiz charging. Throws over to Boynton for out number 3. But the Bearcats add a run on back-to-back doubles by Cam Guidry and Corey Klingenbeck to take a 2-0 lead. We head to the bottom of the 4th. We'll be right back after this pause. You're listening to Bearcats Baseball on the YouTube channel, University Athletic Department YouTube channel. We're back here in Atlanta, Georgia. Head to the bottom of the 4th inning. The Bearcats lead the Panthers 2-0. 6 hits by the Bearcats. I won't tell you how many hits the Panthers have as Dylan Broski heads out for his 4th inning of work. 50 pitches for Broski up to this point. Pretty efficient. Everybody usually puts a 15 pitches an inning as an ideal inning, and he's pretty much right on pace. A little over, but has pitched well. He'll face 3, 4, 5 and Matt Ruiz, Max Ryerson, and Michael McGinnis. He'll face the heart of the Panther order here. Fastball outside, called strike 1 after retiring Luke Boynton to end the 3rd on a great play by freshman Griffin Hughes, who flashed across the infield in front of Guidry to make the assist over to Ryan Nicholson. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ruiz, who popped foul out of play, or foul territory to Nicholson in the 1st to end the 1st inning. 2-1. Slider out, ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. Fastball taken for strike 2. That was the one Ruiz should have came out of his shoes on. Man, that was right down the middle of the plate. The 3-2. Fastball fouled. Klingenbeck might have got a little dirt or something in his eye. Take a breather here. Almost fouled directly into the dirt, and as Klingenbeck came up, didn't know if it was fair or foul at the time. mask came off. May have got a little dirt off the foul ball, who was hit right into the ground. Athletic trainer Brian Jett is on the field. We'll look at Corey Klingenbeck to remove any foreign object, looking at the right eyeball. Brian Jett's a good one, and the Bearcats are lucky to have Brian Jett and strength and conditioning coach Thomas Gentili, who is a UC baseball alum. He's the director of baseball sports performance. Klingenbeck's all right. Jett's off the field. Full count. Nobody out to Matt Ruiz. Broski to the plate. Slider in the dirt. Ball 4. Leadoff walk. Broski's 4th walk of the game. Uncharacteristic of what I've seen from Dylan Broski so far in the fall and the spring. See if he can induce another ground ball. Double play. Got Max Ryerson. You're just waiting for this guy to take off. He had a slow start to game 1 and then turned it on when the Panthers really broke it open. Ended up that game going 2 for 3, 2 runs, 3 RBIs, did have a home run, and pitching coach J.D. Heilman will walk out to the mound. He doesn't like what he sees with Dylan Broski walking Ruiz, and first pitch ball to Ryerson. Bearcats with a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the 4th. No stirring in the bullpen. Just probably a reset button. The shade has almost engulfed the entire right side and infield. Right field is totally in shade. Lights are on here at the Georgia State Sports Complex. The sun is still out and setting. Not a cloud in the sky. Still blue skies. 55 degrees, down a couple ticks from that 57 first pitch. There's a ball in the dirt. He yanked that one. Fastball, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Broski stretching a little on the mound. I don't know if tight hamstring or anything. But gave it a little stretch. Goes to the stretch here to Ryerson. That is a hanging slider that is absolutely drilled by Ryerson, but right at Cam Guidry for out number 1. Call that a line out 6. Hot coffee. 1 out, big out by Dylan Broski, getting Max Ryerson, the preseason All-American for the Panthers. And that'll bring up Michael McGinnis, who struck out in the 2nd. See if that gets Broski back right. Nope, he yanked that fastball. I think something is really bothering his right leg. Pulled his toe up a little bit as he landed. 1 ball, no strikes. That ball's in the dirt. Great block by Corey Klingenbeck to kill it. Slider. 2 balls, no strikes. And we do have action in the Bearcats bullpen. It is right-handed pitcher Zach Siegel. I think Broski is something is just not right out there. He went from cruising to scuffling. 2-0, and everything is close side, outside, yanked. It's not coming through the mound or coming off the mound through Corey Klingenbeck. It's just everything to that first base side. You can really see it from my vantage point. 3 balls, no strikes, and I don't know if he's trying to compensate for a little pain. That ball's a strike. 3 balls, 1 strike. Velocity and his spin and everything seems to still be there. And strike 2, he got back in there. That's good to see from Dylan Broski. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. We'll see if Ruiz is off on this pitch. If the Panthers will try to get something going here. Little action on the bases. Ruiz fakes, breaks, and takes. McGinnis takes ball 4. 2 walks in this inning. 5th walk of the day by Dylan Broski. And that'll bring up JoJo Jackson. And athletic trainer Brian Jett makes another appearance in this inning, and he's going to talk to Broski. I think the Bearcat dugout saw exactly what I was seeing as well. He's pointing to his toe. Home plate umpire John Walrath out there as well to make sure that it is a discussion about injury or what have you, and we're going to the pen right up immediately. It looks like a hamstring, toe, something just isn't right on that right leg with Dylan Broski, so we wish him the best. There's going to be a change, and I think lefty or righty, they got 2 down there. Need to make a decision. We're going lefty, and it might be Brendan Garula. Now, he'll get as long as he needs to, should be, on an injury substitution. He did not have too many pitches to throw, and it will be freshman Brendan Garula. This is a great freshman class that the UC Bearcats have. And this is a high-leverage situation. You got first and second, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th, in a 2-run game. And Coach Googans is calling on a freshman, Brendan Garula, a lefty, 6 foot, 190-pound pitcher from Mason, Ohio, Mason High School. Several Mason Comets well represented on this Bearcat roster. Garula will take the mound. He'll start his warm-up pitches. We'll keep it here. And just talk about these new faces of the Bearcats. You have freshman class. Hold on 1 second. Got a break in the action. Sorry about that. I had to help the official scorekeeper. Brendan Garula originally started with number 45, but is wearing number 46 now. But you have Tommy Boba, freshman right-handed pitcher from Wheaton, Illinois. Brendan Garula, a freshman left-handed pitcher from Mason High School. Chase Horst, who started game 1, freshman left-handed pitcher from Latisse, Pennsylvania. Griffin Hughes, a freshman right-handed pitcher who we saw yesterday. Sean Parnell, a freshman pitcher from Akron, Ohio, Archbishop Hoban. And you got Landon Viderick, a 2-way guy from Maiden High School. Probably see more this year, him position-wise offensively than on the mound. But that freshman pitching class, I mean, high leverage situation, you're going right to one of, you need a guy in here, you're going to Brendan Garula. It's good signs this Cincinnati Bearcats program. Seen Kyle Shutman, a true freshman, start at third base the first 2 games of this series. It's an exciting time for Bearcats baseball. Got a couple more warm-up pitches for Garula. And we have a first and second, 1 out, 2-0 Bearcat lead. JoJo Jackson, who walked in the second at the plate. Garula was a GMC Co-Player of the Year and All-City Co-Pitcher of the Year last year in Cincinnati, which is top-notch baseball area. Ball inside. His first pitch in his collegiate debut. One ball, no strikes to JoJo Jackson. Slider, back door, strike one. Good pitch by Garula. Another slider in there. Strike two. 1-2. Garula ahead to JoJo Jackson. Garula fastball, curveball change. It's like a slurvy slider curve. There it is. Taking ball two. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He'll be 86, 88 fastball. Kind of pitches backwards. He goes curveball changeup are his main pitches. And he can throw them to both righties and lefties. He'll slider into dirt. Ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. His first team All-State last year. Division I Ohio Player of the Year in 2022. Yanked. Griffin Hughes with a stab at third base. That ball was smoked. They call that the hot corner, baby. Big out. Out number 2, and that's a big one because if that goes down the line, you might have a tie ball game. That'll bring up Brennan Hudson, strikeout victim in the second. Big out for the Bearcats. Back pick over to first. Nicholson tried to sneak in. Guinness was not sleeping. Got back to the bag in time. Bearcats will have to strategize on how to get through the rest of this game and tomorrow with the pen. Sure, they were expecting Dylan Broski to give them a little bit more than 3 1/3, but something just wasn't right. I don't know if it was a tight hamstring or what have you. We'll find out after the game. Brendan Garula 1-0 to Brandon Hudson. 1 ball, 1 strike. Highly decorated left-handed pitcher from Mason High School, Brendan Garula, fastball on the corner, called ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. There's that slurvy pitch, swung on and missed by Hudson. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. First and second. A walk by Ruiz to lead off the inning and a walk by McGinnis. There's that slurvy pop fly ball, left field. Carrington Cross battling the sun, makes the catch. Great job by Brendan Garula to get out of that inning. We've played 4. 2-0 Bearcats. Be right back. Welcome back to Bearcats Baseball. I'm Andy Nagel. head to the top of the fifth inning, and head coach Brandon Stromdahl has made a pitching change. He will go to right-handed pitcher junior Duncan Lutz, number 39. Lutz is 6'4", 225-pound junior from Homerville, Georgia. Big presence on the mound is Duncan Lutz. Look at last year's stats. Made 13 appearances, started one game, was 2-1, 6.88 ERA, 17 innings, 16 strikeouts. Lutz will take over for Brandon and face the top of the order in Carrington Cross, Tommy O'Connor, and C.J. Dean. Joseph Brandon's day's done. He went 4 innings, gave up 6 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts, 81 pitches, 49 of which were strikes. Duncan Lutz finishing up his warm-up pitches. Kyle Hilt will take it down to second. And Lutz is a fastball slider change, but he also throws a cutter, like a real cutter, like not getting on the side of his fastball, but an intentional cutter. He's going to be 90, 95 fastball. His cutter will be 84, 86. And a slider change. Really good arm. He's going to attack fastball heavy. And he'll go fastball cut. This is a good arm out of the bullpen that Coach Stromdahl wants to keep this score exactly where it is now to give his team a chance as we head to the second half of this game. Top of the fifth, 2-0 Bearcats. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Bearcats. No runs, no hits for the Panthers. Carrington Cross swings and misses at the first 2 pitches. He's down 0-2. Singled to lead off the game, was caught stealing. And an RBI single in the third, or RBI ground out in the third on a ground out to Ruiz that scored the game's first run. Scored Corey Klingenbeck. And he tried to check a swing, and first base umpire Darian Padgett said he did. Right field, center field, all in shadows. First base all the way over to Ruiz in shadows. Left field still facing, fighting the sun. The mound in shadows, the plate split. Kind of sun, kind of shadows. You have some trees right behind as the sun is setting. So there'll be some spots where that sun will give some of these fielders, especially on the left side, fits. Third base umpire John Register's holding up his hand to block the sun. 2-2 on Cross. Slider fisted to Ruiz. Charges over to Boynton. Out number 1. And it looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter. And it's going to be J.P. Sponseller for Tommy O'Connor. The left-handed Sponseller, redshirt junior, joined the Bearcats last year. Was a transfer from Elon. Started at designated hitter last night. Was 0 for 3, 2 punch-outs. J.P. Sponseller, the brother of assistant coach Lee Sponseller. JP's got some pop in that left-handed bat. He gets one up in the air, it'll go. Heading to count, 1 ball, no strikes. There it goes, foul. Just got out in front of that bad boy. JP and Lee's brother Ty at 12's Corner. If you're new to Bearcats baseball, come on down to the UC Baseball Stadium. And 12's Corner sits right behind the first base, front row, front couple rows as it's growing. That is the place to watch a game and have some fun. Shout out to 12E in 12E's corner. 2 balls, 1 strike to JP Sponseller. Duncan Lutz giving Sponseller a steady diet of sliders. 2-2. There's that cutter. Just a little more firm than that slider. The slider's in that 80, 84 range, and that cutter is 84 to 86, 87. 2-2. Fastball pulled into that Bearcat dugout on first base. Look out. Looks like everybody's safe. Be interesting to see how they play this out, inserting JP Sponseller in the designated hitter spot. Sponseller takes a pitch outside, ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Just thinking out loud, Tommy O'Connor, who was in that spot, left-handed arm. That's pulled to the right side. Boynton makes a good play. Takes the bag himself. Sponseller lines out to Boynton on a 3 unassisted 1 hop. Right on it. Just missed it. 2 up, 2 down. Now bring up C.J. Dean. C.J. Dean undressed third baseman Michael McGinnis in the third. His first hit of this game. His first collegiate hit. One as a Cincinnati Bearcat. That ball's capped down to Boynton, who goes on both knees. I don't blame him. That thing had some funky spin, so he'll go 3 unassisted back-to-back. And that'll do for the Bearcats in the 5th. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 2-0, Cincinnati. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Bearcats Baseball. I'm Andy Nagel. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Brendan Garula, freshman left-handed pitcher out of Mason High School, comes on. Came in last inning in the 4th for Dylan Broski. Dylan Broski, a little discomfort, I believe, in his right leg. Was lifted. Garula was given as many pitches as it took for him to get loose. Got JoJo Jackson that absolutely hit a line drive to right at Griffin Hughes for out number 1. Then got a fly out from Brennan Hudson to left field with runners at first and second. So good job, Brendan Garula, ending that threat in the 4th. We'll see how he goes here as we head to the 5th, facing left-handed bat Jesse Donahoe. Fastball, strike one, blew it right past him. Rule is scheduled to face Donahoe, Hilton, and then the top end Cameron Jones. Ball upstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. There's that slurvy slider curve in for strike 2. More of a curve than a slider. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Goes outside, fastball. Driven foul, long run by Cross. He's not going to get there. Falls into Georgia State bullpen down the left field line. Left field is entirely in the shade. Looks like everybody's in the shade except for that left and right hand batter's box. Sun peeking through the trees. Slider in the dirt. And Donahoe checks his swing. Good pitch by Garula. The 2-2. Fouled off. Great pitch. And a great job by Donahue to stay alive through that curveball, and Donahoe just got a piece of it. Try it again. Garula slips on that one. Ball 3. Try to stick with the curveball. Haven't seen a changeup yet. The changeup should run right back into Donahoe. He's maybe setting him up for it. Nope, he goes curveball and he punches out. Jesse Donahoe looking, just frozen. Donahoe probably thought, man, he's not going to keep coming with those curveballs, and he flipped it up there. First career collegiate strikeout for Brendan Garula. He'll face the catcher, Kyle Hilton. Hilton walked in the 3rd. Right-handed batter. Garula back to work from the windup. Fastball inside, strike 1. Curveball taken down low, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. To Kyle Hilton. Inside, ball 2. Two one. Curveball in the dirt. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. 1 out. Grounded foul on the left side. Full count. Flag out in left center is blowing in ever so slightly. What a difference a day makes. Yesterday we were battling 20, 25, 30 mile an hour wind gusts all game. Today it's been pretty calm. There's strike 3 on a fastball down. And Hilton does not like that call, and he lets John Walrath know about it. Back-to-back strikeout look-ins for Brendan Garula. And he is hearing it from the dugout as well. That ball looked down, and Hilton was running towards first base when he was rung up by John Walrath. 2 outs. Top of the order, Cameron Jones walking a strikeout in game 2 of this doubleheader. There's a curveball ball. Gorilla doing a little mound manicure in that landing area. Needs to watch out for that 20-second action clock. Curveball up high, ball 2. There's a curveball for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike to Cameron Jones. Ball 3. Fastball on the outside corner, strike 2. Cameron Jones, a preseason All-Sun Belt Conference this year, along with Max Ryerson, and he walks. 2-out walk. Always the kiss of death in the game of baseball. You get 2 quick outs, and then you get a walk, and that seems to always come back to haunt. See if Brendan Garula can get out of this. He fakes Luke Boynton. They've held him in check so far this game. This guy's got some serious pop in his bat. Fastball up high, ball 1. There's Zach Siegel warming up in the Bearcats bullpen. Redshirt junior from Loveland, Ohio, another suburb of Cincinnati, Loveland High School product. Fastball outside. Corey Klingenbeck didn't like that call. Gotta be careful. Can't show up the umpire. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. Wow. Fastball, ball 3. That looks really good from up here. 3 balls, no strikes. There's ball 4. Back-to-back walks. Puts runners at first and second with 2 outs. And that brings up Matt Ruiz. Foul out and a walk. And here comes number 7, head coach Scott Googans making his way to the mound, and that usually signals the end of a pitcher's day. He has not given the signal to the bullpen yet. Bearcats dugout has emptied onto the field, ready to receive Brendan Garula and give him high fives. Garula is still on the mound. Umpire is making his way out to the mound. Let's see what Coach Scott Googans, and the signal's been made. Here comes Zach Siegel. Bearcats make a pitching change. We'll tell you about it in 60 seconds. Welcome back to Bearcats baseball. Coach Googans has gone to the pen and called upon Zach Siegel. Siegel, redshirt junior, 6 foot, 195-pound pitcher from Loveland, Ohio. Fastball, cutter, slider, change, 3/4 arm slot, And kind of like Jackson Murphy yesterday, you'll know when Zach Siegel is on. He usually gets a lot of ground outs. His best pitch is his slider, which has plus horizontal movement. Siegel loves this situation. This is a similar situation that he is typically brought in. And the Bearcats have gone to him last year 17 times, made 6 starts last year. First pitch, runners are going. Called strike. We got a double steal of Cam Jones and Luke Boynton. And that's a philosophy that right out of Coach Kyle Sprague's book, bring in a relief pitcher, first pitch. He is not paying attention to the runners, and a great pitch to run. So now a single by Ruiz could tie this game up. 0-1. There's a slider outside, ball 1, 1-1. Siegel two-seam fastball sinker along with that cutter. And the slider, the 1-1. Fastball outside, ball 2. Siegel used 17 times last year, 18 times in 2021. Slider, like a frisbee, swung on and missed by Ruiz. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bearcats looking for a big pitch from Zach Siegel. Siegel to the stretch. Time is called by the batter, Matt Ruiz. Wasn't ready. Siegel reset. Come to the stretch. And the pitch. Throws that slider way out of the zone. Outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Cameron Jones doing everything he can at third base to distract Zach Siegel. Dancing off, making fake breaks. The pitch. Slider fouled back by Ruiz. Good job by Ruiz. Hanging in there on a tough pitch by Zach Siegel. Siegel swipes his chest. Slider, swing and a miss. And you get a big yell out of Zach Siegel. He's fired up as he strikes out Matt Ruiz with runners at second and third to end the Panther threat. We played 5, 2-0 Bearcats. Be right back for this quick break. Welcome back to Bearcats baseball. Big strikeout by Zach Siegel to end that threat of the Georgia State Panthers in the 5th. It's a 6th strikeout by Bearcats pitching. Close the book on Brendan Garula. He goes 1 1/3 in his freshman debut. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. And he came in first and second situation in the 4th and got 2 big outs. So good job by Brendan Garula. Great job by Zach Siegel to move to the 6th inning. Duncan Lutz still on the pitch for the Panthers. He'll face Nicholson, Harding, and Hughes.
First baseman, Ryan
Ryan Nicholson 0 for 2 today. 2 punch outs in this game. Coming off a 3 for 3 game 1 with a home run. The big slider taking ball 1. The 1-0 to Nicholson. Slider in there. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Big righty gets a sign. Fastball down. Might have been the cutter that just disappeared under Nicholson's bat. Hard bite. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Look for the same pitch. Fastball, blow it by him. Swing and a miss by Nicholson. That's the 8th strikeout for Bearcats today. 7 strikeouts by Joseph Brandon, 1 by Lutz. And bring up Cole Harding. Harding 0 for 2, ground out and a strikeout. Slider out of the zone, ball 1. Fastball, swing and a miss. That was that cutter. Just ran away from Harding's bat. Evens the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Another one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Harding looking over towards the third base dugout. To Lee Sponseller. Trying to get some kind of intel. He just saw 2 cutters that were nasty. Just disappeared. And there it is again. Swing and a miss by Harding into dirt. Throw down to first. 2 outs. He's a pretty good pitcher that pitched in pinstripes up in New York that lived by the cutter. Hall of Famer Mariano Rivera. Everybody knew it was coming and he still couldn't hit. Daggone thing. Brings up Griffin Hughes. Hughes 1 for 2, collected his first hit in the 2nd. There's a slider. Struck out in the 4th. Slider taken for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pretty impressive performance by Duncan Lutz so far. 3 up, 3 down in the 5th. 2 up, 2 down here in the 6th. Swing and a miss by Hughes. There's that cutter. Left-handed batter Hughes. You could see why Rivera broke a lot of bats. If Hughes would have hit that ball, would have been right off his hands. 1-2. Slider, frozen, strike 3. Inning over. 3 Ks. We go to the bottom of the 6th. 2-0 Bearcats. Welcome back to Bearcats baseball. Heading to the bottom of the 6th inning, Zach Siegel recording a big strikeout at the end of 5th. Will face Max Ryerson, Michael McGinnis, and JoJo Jackson. Siegel finishing up his warm-ups. Bottom of the 6th, temperatures are dropping just a wee bit here in Atlanta, Decatur, just east of downtown Atlanta, 53 degrees. We started at 57. We've lost the sun. We're all in shade. Siegel to the mound to face preseason All-American Max Ryerson, who was 0 for 2 today. In this game, too, there's a two-seam sinker called strike one. And Ryerson was 0 for 3 in game 1 today, so the Bearcats, slider outside, 1 ball, 1 strike, have done a great job on the preseason All-American today. The 1-1 slider, hammered, right center. Harding drifting back, gone. Only a matter of time when you're a preseason All-American that you bust through just like you did yesterday's game. Max Ryerson goes opposite field. Little Oppo Taco action right center to cut the Bearcat lead to 2-1. The first hit of the Panthers. They were held hitless through 5. Solo home run by Max Ryerson, his second of the young 2023 season. Hit his first one last night. And that'll bring up Michael McGinnis. McGinnis tries to bunt. Siegel fields it. Throws on to Nicholson. Out number 1. Nice play by Zach Siegel hopping off the mound. If McGinnis gets it a little bit more towards the third base line, he beats that out for a single. Got it just towards the mound. Just gave Siegel enough time to pounce on it, throw to Nicholson. Looks like we might have a little equipment malfunction with Ryan Nicholson. He's going to the dugout to retrieve a new glove. I think we had one that must have busted. Laces. Get that taken care of tonight after the game. I'm sure that's his gamer, that baseball players being superstitious. Fastball outside. JoJo Jackson 0 for 1 with a walk. Lined out hard. There's a fly ball to left field. Is that going to carry? Carrington Cross, and it's out! Cross runs out of real estate, and JoJo Jackson goes Oppo Taco. Fastball in the outer half. And he just gets it inside the fair pole in left field. And we have a tie ball game here in the 6th inning, 2-2. That's JoJo Jackson's second home run of this young season, as well as he hit a home run last night off the right field scoreboard. 2 hits for the Panthers, 2 solo home runs to tie this game 2-2. There's a slider, strike 1 to Brennan Hudson. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Fastball, ring him up. Down and away, nothing Hudson can do about it. Second strikeout for Siegel, out number 2 of this inning. That'll bring up Jesse Donahoe. Second baseman, left-handed bat. Slider called down, ball one. Slider back to back, strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Fastball outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Slider inside, 3 balls, 1 strike. Slider, ball 4. Two-out walk to Jesse Donahoe. That brings up catcher Kyle Hilton, who struck out looking against Brendan Garula in the 5th. Fastball down that he did not agree with home plate umpire John Walrath. That ball's punched into center field for a base hit. Well, Harding has to charge as the ball checks up. Donahoe stops at second. Hilton with his first hit of this game. And the Panthers are in business here with 2 outs in the 6th. 2 runs across, 3 hits in the inning, 2 solo home runs, 1 by Ryerson to lead off the inning, 1 by JoJo Jackson. Both of the opposite field varieties. First and second, Panthers. Brings up the top of the order in Cameron Jones. And here comes pitching coach J.D. Heilman. And this is the guy, and talking to J.D. Heilman before the series began, when I asked him who can't beat you, he said Cameron Jones without hesitation. I mentioned Ryerson, and he obviously agreed with Ryerson being a bat as well as Boynton, but his answer without hesitation with Cameron Jones. And Jones comes up here 0 for 1 officially, 2 walks in this game. He's a preseason Sun Belt All-Conference team along with Ryerson, and base hit here, and the Panthers take the lead here in the 6th. Just trying to plot some strategy out on the mound. Staying with Zach Siegel. We saw Cam Jones last night. He played right field, came in and pitched. Starting in center field today. Big spot in this game, bottom of 6, 2-2 game. Panthers knocking on the door again. Slider outside, ball 1. Doesn't get any easier after Jones. You got Boynton. The Bearcats have minimized at least in this game, but not in this series. Slider up high, ball 2. Almost want to get to a Matt Ruiz, but that's still 2 batters away. The 2-0, taking strike 1. Cameron Jones kind of put his head down like, man, that's the ball I should have pounded. 2 balls, 1 strike. Fastball fisted. Cole Harding slips, and it drops. It gets behind Harding. C.J. Dean over. 2 runs coming in. The throw to the plate. Got him! Kyle Hilton, the catcher, tries to score from first base. Gets thrown out on the relay from C.J. Dean to Cam Guidry to Corey Klingenbeck. Count the run. Donahoe scores. The Panthers take the lead 3-2. Cole Harding goes for that and got by him to allow the run to score. 3-2. We're heading to the final 3 frames. We'll be right back after this. Head to the final 3 frames of this game. Boy, do we have some excitement here at the Georgia State Baseball Complex. What an inning-ending play. Just a jam shot. Good pitch by Zach Siegel that Cameron Jones hit off his fist. And it was dying quickly in center. Cole Harding made a diving attempt. Did not come up with it. He slipped on his initial step to come in. The field is a little damp, especially out in the outfield where it's not been tarped. It did experience a lot of rain on Wednesday and Thursday here in Atlanta and even into Friday morning. So Harding slips, goes to dive, ball gets behind him. C.J. Dean throws a dart to Cam Guidry. Cam Guidry throws an absolute missile to Corey Klingenbeck to cut down catcher Kyle Hilton, trying to score all the way from first. But Jesse Donahoe came in to score ahead of that. And the Panthers pushed 3 runs across in the home half of the 6th to take the lead 3-2 as we head to this final third of this game. 2 runs, 6 hits, 0 errors for the Bearcats. 3 runs, 4 hits, 0 errors, for the Panthers. We had 2 solo home runs in the 6th, one by Max Ryerson and one by JoJo Jackson. And here we go to the 7th. Duncan Lutz back out there to pitch his 3rd inning of work. He'll face Guidry, Klingenbeck, and Brooks. Cam Guidry steps in. Cutter outside, ball 1. Guidry 1 for 2, double run score. Had a double earlier in game 1 of this doubleheader. Fastball, strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good spot by Duncan Lutz. Painted that outside corner. The 4-seam fastball. Cutter. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cam Guidry, the thing with the cutter, he sees that coming straight down the middle of the plate, and then it has that late life. Outside, tried to dot that corner. Ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Another cutter, taking ball 3. Good pitch, good hold by Cam Guidry. Cutter on the corner, strike 3 looking.
No, he wasn't ready.
That's 4 in a row by Duncan Lutz. 11 strikeouts on the day for Bearcats hitting in game 2 here of this doubleheader. Bring up Corey Klingenbeck. Klingenbeck with a walk and an RBI double in the 4th. Stays from the left-hand side, switch hitting catcher. Facing that right-handed pitcher, Duncan Lutz. Swing and a miss. And Duncan Lutz has really used this cutter effectively on these Bearcat hitters. Outside slider. Tried to go back door. Just off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Slider. Strike 2. Lodge doing a great job now. Really have these hitters baffled between the slider, 4-seam fastball, and the cutter. When you can throw them for strikes, man, you're going to be successful. There's a slider in the dirt, swung on and missed by Klingenbeck. Hilton throws down the first for out number 2. That's Lutz's 5th strikeout, 5 in a row for the big right-handed pitcher. That's 12 for the Bearcats on the day. I'll bring up number 8, Loudon Brooks. Doubled in the 3rd, grounded out in the 4th, 1 for 2. Third baseman Michael McGinnis creeping in on the grass. There's a drive to right field. Right to JoJo Jackson, who makes the play for out number 3. We're stretching here in Atlanta. Game 2 of a doubleheader. 3-2 Panthers over the Bearcats. We'll be right back after this quick break. Welcome back to the baseball complex at Georgia State. We played Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Now we got Queen, We Will Rock You, blaring on the speakers to try to pump up the Georgia State Panther home crowd and home team. Head coach Scott Googins has gone to the bullpen one more time, and he calls upon grad senior Mitch White, number 31. White is a right-handed pitcher, 6'1", 185, who transfers in to Cincinnati from Abilene Christian University, a native of Livonia, Michigan. Mitch White saw limited action in 2022, only pitched 7 1/3 innings. Pitched 25 2/3 innings this past summer in the Northwoods League. But this guy, I'm telling you, watching him pitch this fall and spring, he's had the scouts out as well. He's 93, 95. He is top 97. Has a curveball change. He mainly goes fastball, curveball with that north-south tunnel. Looks to attack with that fastball, and then late in counts with the curve. He's a high leverage type guy, and he's in the mix. Down 3-2. Coach Googins calling on Mitch White to hold serve here. Give the Bearcats bats a chance. White will face 2, 3, 4. Luke Boynton, Matt Ruiz, and Max Ryerson. So he gets thrown right into the fire. White works from the stretch. The first pitch to Boynton, fastball, blew it right past him. Strike 1. 0-1 down low. Ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 to Boynton. Fastball down. 2 balls, 1 strike. Before going to Abilene Christian, Mitch White pitched at Lansing Community College in the COVID year 2020 and 2021. The 2-1 inside ball 3. He was the MCCAA All-Eastern Conference second team, went 6-2 in 33 innings, had 53 strikeouts in 33 innings. Helped guide that Lansing Community College team to a 44-3 record. Swing and a miss. Full count. They were ranked 6th in the country at the JUCO level in 2021. A season that included a 36-game win streak. Lansing Community College, Mitch White playing a big role in that. Full count to Luke Boynton. Swing and a miss. Blew a fastball by him, elevated it. So Mitch White comes in, strikeout. First batter faced.
Your shortstop, Matt Ruiz.
Now bring up Matt Ruiz. Ruiz struck out in the 5th when they were threatening. Big strikeout by Zach Siegel. Ruiz 0 for 2 with a walk. In this game, 3 of a 4-game series. Fastball. It's all been fastballs from Mitch White so far. Taken up high by Ruiz. 1 ball, no strikes. Oh, a little chin music there. That'll have Ruiz take a breath on that one. And you got 93, 94 coming up under your chin. 2 balls, no strikes. Obviously no ill intention there. Down 3-2. Fastball down, 3 balls, no strikes. The 3-0. Ruiz taking all the way, ball 4. After strikeout of Boynton, Matt Ruiz walks on 4 straight. And that'll bring up Max Ryerson. Got the Panthers on the board in the run column and the hit column. They were held hitless through 5, and he led off the 6th inning with an opposite field home run in right center off Zach Siegel. First hit, first run for the Panthers. There's a curveball yanked outside ball 1. 2 batters later, JoJo Jackson went opposite field to tie the game at 2 with his 2nd home run of the season. The 1-0 inside, almost hitting. 2-0. We got a timeout. Pitching coach J.D. Howman walking to the mound.
Bueller.
Corey Klingenbeck, catcher, ran out there immediately. This is a great timeout to try to calm Mitch White down. He's all over the zone right now. And that's where he has struggled with his location at times. But his stuff has been good enough so far, what we've seen, to get himself out of it. So we got a 2-0 count. 1 out. Matt Ruiz on at first. Preseason All-American and preseason All-Conference, Sun Belt Conference, Max Ryerson at the plate with a 2-0 count. Dangerous pitch here. And I'm sure that's what Coach Howman has told him. And White steps off, and that's his free reset. If he steps off again without throwing the ball, a ball will be awarded to the batter. The 2-0. Swing and a miss. Ryerson came out of his shoes on that one. And I don't blame you, Max. I really don't. 2-0 count. He's got to throw a strike. Swing and a miss is White blew it past him. There's a pick over to first, not in time. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. In on his hands, fouled back. 2-2. Good pitch by Mitch White. Good bounce back after starting 2-0. Especially after walking Matt Ruiz. Gets the count back even, 2-2. White comes set. Pitch to Ryerson. Down, good block by Klingenbeck. Full count, 1 out. We'll see if Coach Stromdahl starts Ruiz. He's going. Ryerson swinging. Heading out of play on the right side. And it will find the woods. So we'll reset and do that one again. See if they continue to run with Ruiz. The 3-2. Ruiz is off. Up the middle. Right to Brooks. Steps on second. Gets taken out. Throws over to Nicholson for a double play. And Brooks has words for Ruiz. And we got fisticuffs out there. Benches are emptying. Ruiz was stealing second. The ball was hit up the middle. Loudon Brooks fielded the ball. Stepped on second, was taken out by Ruiz. Brooks threw over to first to complete the double play. Brooks took exception to being taken out on the play. He had words for Ruiz. Ruiz pushed Brooks. And as they say, all heck broke loose. Teams are now split. Coaches are out. Umpires are out. Both going back to their dugouts. So we'll see exactly how this shakes out here. You'd have to see it on replay if I think Ruiz went straight into the bag, but it was a hard slide and took Brooks out. And I think Loudon Brooks took exception to that, and Ruiz pushed Brooks. Don't know what was said, but it was something that was enough to get him to push Loudon Brooks. In my opinion, he probably bounced those 2 guys since they were the instigators. Great play by Loudon Brooks on the 4-3 double play, unassisted. I mean, that ball was a scud rocket by Max Ryerson up the middle. Ruiz running on the pitch. Brooks breaking towards the bag. And we'll see what happens. Umpires are out in the middle of the field explaining the situation to head coach Scott Googans for the Bearcats and head coach Brad Stromdahl for the Panthers. Georgia State is slowly trickling out onto the field. The umpires are sending them back to the dugout until they have this all figured out. And the umpires have signaled everybody to vacate the field. Bearcats have the top of the order coming up in the 8th, and Carrington Cross, J.P. Sponseller, and C.J. Dean. And typically, and this is going to be tough in any sport, if anybody leaves the benches, they are supposed to be immediately ejected, and the entire bench from the UC Bearcats and the entire bench from the Georgia State Panthers all ran out onto the field. So this will be interesting to see how this plays out. Coach Googans has his team around him, and he's going to explain what's going on. We will get this all sorted out, and I'll be back to explain the decision after this pause. We're back here at Georgia State. Head coach Scott Googans and head coach Brad Stromdahl are now talking to crew chief Darian Paget. I think both coaches pleading their cases here. Like I said, both teams rushed the field. And I don't have the rule book pulled up. If only I had a partner here, I could be doing some research. But typically, if a player leaves the bench area, they're immediately ejected, no questions asked, which that would be both teams, and this game would be over. Complete game through 7, 3-2 Panthers. Bearcats still have their helmets on. Carrington Cross, J.P. Sponseller. And it's getting just a little animated. Maybe not. Now we're going, I don't know what we're doing. I think we might have replay. We don't have any television. There is no televised action. Obviously, no games are on the Plus Network or anything else. But two umpires are heading in with a Georgia State official. So there are replay cameras for replay. This has been the first replay challenge, if you will, of the 2023 season. So we'll see. Good luck with that. If you just joined us, Mitch White on the pitch here in the 7th, struck out leadoff hitter Luke Boynton, walked Matt Ruiz on 4 straight pitches. Max Ryerson came to the plate, worked a 3-2 count, and hit an absolute missile up the middle as Ruiz was running from first. Second baseman Loudon Brooks fielded the ball, tagged the bag as Ruiz was sliding into him, made the throw to first for the double play and the inning. Brooks had words for Ruiz. Ruiz pushed him, and then both benches cleared. So had not the benches cleared, it would have probably been Brooks Ruiz ejected. But with both benches clearing, umpires are going to video replay, and I'm telling you, if that's the call, I mean, both dugouts were empty as that was going on. Assistant coach Kyle Sprague out talking to home plate umpire John Walrath. Head coach Scott Googans and head coach Brad Stromdahl are on the dirt at home plate talking to each other. I mean, obviously, they don't want to see this game halted at this point. Getting word from the dugout, they're discussing if we will resume or suspend. If suspend, we won't play tomorrow. Everyone who left the bench, which is everybody, all would be ejected. Getting that from trainer Brian Jett down in the dugout. I would think it would not, if they don't resume this game tomorrow, it would be official. We played 7 innings complete. Georgia State would then get the win 3-2. Would be a shame. This has been a great game. Get a 2-0 lead by the Bearcats. 3 runs scored by the Panthers. Good pitching, good defense. It would be a shame to see this game end right now as we head to the 8th. Duncan Lutz has been lights out for Georgia State. He's come in the 5th, faced 9 hitters, 9 outs, 5 of them by way of punch-outs. And he is back out to face the Bearcats in the 8th should we continue to play. Just a lot of unknowns right now. Everybody's standing, trying to figure everything out. I don't believe it was a dirty play. It was just a bang-bang. Ruiz sliding hard. And I don't have the camera angles to see it. I think he went straight into the bag, but Loudon Brooks was on the bag, and it took him out. And as a base runner, you're allowed to slide straight into the base. And I honestly, in my opinion, I just think it was hard baseball, good baseball. And in a tightly contested game, emotions can take over, unfortunately. This is going to be a tough call. And if they go with the letter of the law, it should be game over. Or do you just bounce Matt Ruiz and Loudon Brooks and play on? I think the 2 parties that started it out. Everybody trying to offer their explanation down on the field. Everybody's trying to explain everything to everybody. You got Kyle Sprague talking to 2 umpires in the middle of the field. J.D. Howland and Coach Googans talking to head coach Brad Stromdahl in the dirt. You have the Georgia State coaches talking to their players. Our players, the Bearcats players, are just hanging out, ready to hit. You got war playing in the background. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. I like it, Georgia State. You're on point. Now, any Bearcat fans out there, tell me Singer of this song, going way back, about Edwin Starr. War. Trying to fill in here, folks, while we're waiting. Don't want to break away because obviously this is a very important decision in this game and how this is going to end. Umpire is still in the review room with the Georgia State sport administrator. Just got a further explanation from Brian Jett. He's saying it would be a forfeit on both sides. The head crew chief, Darian Paget, is calling in to see, probably to Randy Bruns or Rich Fetchett, who are typically in charge of the umpires for the NCAA. Thank you for sticking with us. Through this delay. Like I said, we don't have replay capabilities up here in the press box. This would be a tough pill to swallow for both sides if they forfeit the game and nothing counts. Still see no movement in that area where they went into behind the third base dugout. The crew chief and the site administrator. Take this time, whatever happens here, we play baseball tomorrow, 12 o'clock start. I will be on the air at 11:50 via the University of Cincinnati Athletic YouTube site. We'll have the StatCast on for your viewing, as I will be on the call at 12 o'clock game. We have a to-be-determined starter for the Bearcats. And the Georgia State Panthers will be going with number 27, Mason Patel. Trying to get any updates I can. Brian Jett still debating, because that is the other thing they have to look at in review as people came off the bench. You could have some suspensions into tomorrow's game, which could affect. I know with the Bearcats, they traveled 29 players. So obviously, depending on how many would be suspended tomorrow, that would dictate if they have enough to play tomorrow. We have 13 pitcher onlys, another two-way guys, and Griffin Hughes and Tommy O'Connor. So you have 15 arms on the roster. Now Broski's out. Garola could probably bounce back. Siegel could probably bounce back. Mitch White could probably bounce back. But it's early in the season, weekend 1. Don't know how this is going to affect tomorrow's game now. Be a chorus of boos if they decide to call this game by this. Man, great crowds these last 2 days. Tough weather yesterday, great weather today. Huge Cincinnati Bearcat contingent down here in Atlanta, Georgia for opening weekend 2023. A lot of parents, a lot of alums, a lot of Bearcat fans in the Atlanta area coming out. Catch up on the Bearcats. Record-breaking crowds last year at home. Want to continue building on that momentum as they move this last year in the American Athletic Conference to the Big 12 conferences. A lot of changes happening at the UC Baseball Stadium. A lot of upgrades. And it's going to be, if you haven't been down there in a while, it's a great place to watch a game. I've already talked about it's the best ticket in town. Our marketing team does an absolutely great job of putting together fan friendliness. My man Blake is in charge of that this year. But it's going to be a good time. New turf to be installed in June. New fence. New padding on that new fence. Among some other big changes that you'll see at the UC Baseball Stadium. Have an architecture firm, MSA, and now we got head coach Scott Googans and head coach Brad Stromdahl. They are going into the room where the review is to see how this all plays out. So they are heading off the field down the third base side. They are heading to the umpire review room in a building just behind third base foul to out of play territory. They have entered the clubhouse. They are in. To kind of go on what the Bearcats are looking towards with some improvements. They're looking for a player development center to be built on top of their batting cages. They want to make it a 2-story, possibly a 2-story plus a crow's nest area. The first floor being all pitching. There'll be a weight room addition piece in there, plus a pitching lab. You enclose the bullpens where you can open it up and enclose it during inclement weather. On top of that, you have 4 batting tunnels. Bearcats currently have 2. And then on top of that, maybe have like a alumni VIP deck placed strategically where you can watch Bearcats baseball. You could also have sight lines over to Gettler Stadium, where the Bearcats women's soccer, Bearcats men's and women's track and field compete, and the area behind the left field fence called Shakely Lawn, which hosts right now corporate tailgate parties for Bearcats football games. They could use that space in that crow's nest pregame as well. So lots of changes being discussed for UC baseball. All on the good side. Great time to be a Bearcat fan and a Bearcat supporter. You know, Bearcats and Georgia State guys are kind of separated, but they're kind of talking to each other in a friendly way. Like I said, I think it was at the heat of the moment. Big play, hard slide, and a great game. And it was just one of those things, emotions took over from both Bowden Brooks and Matt Ruiz. Still delayed. Head coaches are both in with the crew chief, Darian Paget, and the Georgia State site administrator. From what we hear, they were reviewing the replay camera angles. Been told they have them at both dugouts pointing at the field at the bases. So they should get a pretty good picture of what happened. We've been told that the crew chief, Darian Paget, is making a call to NCAA officials. I would think Randy Bruns, who's in charge of the rules and regulations of the NCAA, to get his take on this situation. It's a tough one to walk through if you don't have replay to send to them. He's going to have to go take the word on how it's being explained to make an informed decision. And I'll bring you that decision as soon as we get. Still no sign from Coach Guggen or Coach Stromdolf coming out of the review room. Now you have fans talking to players, parents, friends, family. And if we do resume play, we're probably going to have a delay, get everybody warmed up. Duncan Lutz, who was lights out in the 5th, 6th, and 7th, faced the Bearcat orders 1 through 9 and just absolutely carved them up 9 straight. Struck out 5 in a row. He struck out the side in the 6th and the first 2 guys in the 7th. And Nicholson, Harding, Hughes, Gidry, and Greenbeck. And a delay like this could affect the pitchability of Duncan Lutz. We saw it with Alex Shea when he had that long rest in game 1 when the Bearcats erupted for 8 runs in the 6th. And talking to Alex in between games, it was like he said 2 different games that he was pitching in. He was ready to go and he had that long break and went to the bullpen through a couple times. But when he went back on the mound in the 7th, it was totally different than what he had to feel in the 6th. So Duncan Lutz may have to battle that as well. Still in a holding pattern here at Georgia Baseball Complex. Take a quick break. We'll be back. Just a sec. We're back here in Atlanta. Andy Nagel, Director of Baseball Operations. We're still in a holding pattern as here comes one umpire. We haven't seen the crew chief or the head coaches come back out of that review. They were talking to the NCAA officials. Now here comes both head coaches. Apparently the word I'm getting, it was a clean slide, but as Ruiz started to come up into Brooks, words were said, punches were thrown, and let's see what happens here. And we have coaches shaking hands. This may be it. Try to get a ruling. Game is over for Molly Mitras, who is our sports information director, Director of Strategic Brand Engagement. Done for today. Tomorrow is still up in the air. She overheard the umpires. This game could resume tomorrow. From Brian Jett. Maybe pick it back up tomorrow. They're probably waiting from the NCAA. We'll keep it here so I can update. There's a lot to unpack here with everything that has happened. Like I said, Coach Googans has his team huddled up just off the first baseline explaining what is going on. And I know the way the NCAA is thinking, you can't have people leave the bench area no matter what happens. And if you don't rule against, if you let them play, I can see that you're just going down a rabbit's hole and you're opening up a can of worms where now this could happen, and the NCAA doesn't want that to happen. So, letter of the law, people leave the bench area, they're immediately ejected, which takes both teams out of this game. And then if you have a 2-game suspension, basically you could be looking at possibly tomorrow's game, maybe Friday's game against Florida. I don't know how this is all going to shake out. We'll obviously update you. I'll stay on here until I get an update from Molly and Brian Jett because they are down near the huddle right now. We'll update you all before we go off the air here, so we at least have some kind of understanding if we have a game or not tomorrow, or what exactly the plan is moving forward. And then obviously if there's no decision, if we're waiting on the NCAA to make a decision, and that will come later tonight, I'm sure it will be updated on all social channels. Please follow Go Bearcats Base, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. They do a great job of covering the Bearcats and keeping everybody updated. Right now, no more baseball tonight. Coach Dugan still has his team huddled just outside the first base dugout. And I'm sure he's using this as a teaching moment as well. That no matter what happens, you gotta maintain your cool, because it could cost them 2 games, if not more.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's game has been suspended. Tomorrow's game is also pending review. Please check the website at Georgia State.
Tomorrow's game is pending review. The official announcement just made.
Tonight's game has been suspended.
So tonight's game has been suspended. Tomorrow's game is being reviewed. NCAA review of the tape will know later tonight or in the morning. So follow all the Bearcats social channels. Go Bearcats Base at Twitter. Go Bearcats Base at Facebook, Instagram. We will update you as we find out any information tonight, hopefully, or tomorrow morning. But today's game has been canceled. Tomorrow's game pending review. I want to thank everybody for joining us for a long day of baseball, and it's a shame it came down to this. Bearcats get their first victory in game one, winning 9-4, and we're trailing Georgia State 3-2 as we were heading to the 8th. So I will sign off. For Molly Metris, my right-hand partner on today's trip, helping me with everything, keeping me straight in this booth. This is Andy Nagel. Have a good night, everybody. Go Bearcats.